good. Good morning. If everyone could take a seat. Well, we're getting started a little bit later this morning, but this looks like an awake audience. I saw some great networking going on during breakfast time. I'm David Bird. I'm privileged to be the chair of AJCC, and I welcome all of you who are here this morning. Also, everyone who was here yesterday. We had a pretty exciting day yesterday with excellent presentations. The Informatics Committee discussion was one of the best meetings I've ever been part of, and probably the highest brain power in a given room that I've seen in quite a while. So I really want to welcome you. I'm going to go through fairly quickly some of the recognitions and introductions of new members. And then I have just a short update on the state of AJCC over the past year. And then we're really going to hear from Dr. Amin this morning to really tell us what has gone on with the exciting 8th edition work. So first, I'd just like to welcome our new members. And Fran Babcock, are you here? Yeah. Fran Babcock is here. She's a new member representing the CDC. We welcome you. Tom Baker. Baker is representing the College of American Pathologists. And I think, Fran, you work with Christy Eman quite a bit, didn't you? Yeah, Christy was one of our all-stars of AJCC and our executive committee. Steve Labuti, I know you're here. I want you to stand up for a second. So Steve is a surgical oncologist. He's representing the SSO, and this is his first meeting, and we welcome him. He's already signed up for at least 2 committees that I know of, and there are others if you're, well, we have precedent that people sign up for all of them. Alicia Morgan is joining us representing ASCO. I know she wasn't able to make the meeting, and we welcome her. I think she's a medical oncologist from Vanderbilt. Does that sound right? That's GU, correct. Loria Pollack. Loria was actually here at last year's meeting, I believe. This is sort of her official recognition and she represents the CDC as well. And she's on our executive committee and is already engaged fully with exec. And Lisa, thank you for lending her to us. Dan Sullivan, representing ACR. I know Dan is here in the back. Dan has really engaged in the whole pulling radiology into staging. He's been an integral part of the 8th edition product. And Dan, we really thank you for all the work you've already done and welcome you as a member representing ACR. Oh, I'm advancing fine up here. Sorry. That's Dan Sullivan. A new member organization, the International Collaboration on Cancer Reporting, is new to us, and I forget if they contacted us or we contacted them. We're delighted that they're here. Tom Wheeler, I believe, is here. He was here yesterday. Hi, Tom. And I'm not sure if you were the official member or if David Ellis from Australia is the official member. Maybe you can let us know. Are you here because he couldn't be here from Australia now, or told to come? Told to come and came. That combination is very valuable. My philosophy, 80% of life is just showing up. You get 80% for showing up. Thank you, Tom, and thanks for being here yesterday as well. David J. Winchester. David is in the front row. He's certainly not new to this organization. David's been part of this. He's in the finance vice chair, and it's been on the breast expert panel. You heard yesterday from Dr. Hortabaji how integral his pulling of NCDB data was to the final product of 8th edition. But he's officially having a new role as representing the American College of Surgeons. And David, we love your continuing work with us as you have been for years. Peter Yu is maybe on the audio. By the way, we have about 17 people who are video conferencing in. They are not able to speak, which I'm sure is very frustrating, but there is a chat line, and I would encourage them to put chat comments in there. Donna Gress in the front is going to be all over it, especially when we get to the presentations later where we're going to want questions in from that. But I imagine Peter might be on the line because he was part of the call yesterday. And as you may know, he's a past president of ASCO, and I believe he's the director of cancer research at Palo Alto Foundation. So really want to welcome Peter. New staff. Chantel Ellis. Chantel, I know you're here. There you are. So we want to welcome Chantel. Chantel, you'll be hearing a lot more from her. She's our Education Promotions Administrator, and as you know, now we go forward with education. This is all about education, 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 and Chantel is our point person for that. We welcome you, Chantel. We have some guests that we want to recognize, Vicki Bernard, Dr. Vicki Bernard, and Mary Lewis from the CDC. I know Mary was here. Okay, great. Good to see you. Thank you both for coming. And they were engaged in all day yesterday that I saw. Samantha Spencer and Doug Murphy. I know Doug was here in the back here from CAP. Samantha, great. Welcome to both of you as well. Elizabeth Ward. Liz Ward is right here. Liz has been a faithful supporter of AJCC for a long time. And Liz has a couple of different roles. She's at the American Cancer Society, but National VP for intramural research, right, at the American Cancer Society. And the Cancer Society, along with the CDC, have really been are not only supporters in their contributions by their content, but also by their financial support. And we really appreciate that from those two organizations and look forward to the educational component that the American Cancer Society has getting this forward. So thanks for coming, Liz. From our publisher is Springer, and I don't know if Richard or Greg are here this morning. They are from Springer. Springer is our publisher for our print manual and ebook, and they were involved yesterday with going forward. They have a lot of mechanisms to get this word out, and they were engaged throughout the day yesterday, and we're delighted they were able to make the meeting. Our last speaker today will be David Hoyt. I'll introduce him at that time, and he's the Executive Director of the American College of Surgeons. David P. Winchester is the Executive Director of all college programs, including AJCC, NCDB, COC, and there's probably 3 or 4 other ones. And he probably doesn't need any more than that. We have 3 presentations that are going to come up, and I'll introduce the speakers as they come up. So I'll just list them here. All of them are here this morning. I know that Lisa and Mike Hassett were both here yesterday and heard the engagement with informatics and with the expert panel speakers, so they may have changed some of their slides last night. Who knows? Some recognition. Carl Villamoria, I don't believe was able to attend this morning. Carl served with us for 3 years as the American College of Surgeons representative, and we'll give him a plaque when we find him and see him. Lisa Carey. Lisa, would you come up? I know you're here. Lisa has been representing ASCO with us for the past 3 years, and Lisa is a breast medical oncologist from UNC. Yes, I'm going to make sure I get those Carolina things right, Rick. And Lisa really, yeah, that's right, GU and breast. And Lisa really engaged with AJCC and particularly our executive committee, both in conference calls and meetings. And many of us non-medical oncologists know that to bring medical oncology into staging with where we're headed is absolutely key. And I really appreciate the way that you've done that. And on behalf of our executive committee, I want to present you with a plaque. And this one actually comes with the white gloves. Actually comes with the plaque. And there are your gloves. There are your gloves. You don't have to put them on. If you, but we want to thank you on behalf of AJCC for all your participation and your help with us. And wish you the best.
I have to say, I'm sorry to be leaving right now. Very interesting.
It's been sort of interesting so far. Lori Gaspar is unable to make our meeting. Lori has, if you look at the dates on this, she's been with us for 8 years, and Lori's represented ACR. She's a radiation oncologist in Colorado. I believe she may be in Europe. She's somewhere fun. And we're actually, she's been with us so long and has done so much with us, we're actually going to recognize her at our spring retreat in a way that we think is appropriate, most appropriate for the contribution that she has. But just to let you all know, and maybe she's on the video conference, I don't know, we really value Dr. Gaspar's participation. Yul Bayless, excuse me, you're here, aren't you? Why don't you come on up, please? So Yul is a pathologist from the University of Michigan and has been heavily involved with us for years with especially with our informatics panel. And if you want to talk to somebody who is definitely smarter than you are, you'd start right here. Yul, we want to thank you for your time with us and present you with this. And he's actually agreeing to stay on the informatics committee, even though he won't be an official member because of the passion he has for this. So thank you very much for that. What's that? No, those don't come with gloves. I'm sorry. We can get some probably for the future. Dr. Alex Stojadinovic is unable to be here. He goes off representing the SSO. We thank Alex for his time and effort with us. Jeremy Warner. Jeremy is here this morning. Come on up now. You don't get away either. Jeremy and Yul can actually talk at that same level. So he has been part of, he represented ASCO, but has also been part of our informatics committee for a long time, and very valuable input. And I think, as of this morning, he has agreed to stay on the informatics committee as well, even though he's not a member, if that's okay with Dr. Gershenwald. Where is Dr. Gershenwald? Yeah. So, Jeremy, we really want to thank you for your time and your representation of ASCO and present you with this as well. Thank you very much. I just want to recognize some new support that we've had this past year. I know John Wagner is here, back from the right over there. John is the head of the American Association for Pathologist Assistants, and John engaged fully, what, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years, is a regular member. This association, of course, is integral to all of pathology, and probably pathologists in the room would recognize that maybe they do most of it. So we're delighted that they've not only engaged, but actually they are contributing financially to support AJCC. We want to thank that. And actually, they did sort of a tag, you're it. Carolyn Compton and I, after this meeting, are going to San Diego to be keynote speakers at their meeting. And we're going to put some of this content up. So AAPA is probably going to be one of the first organizations to see some of the 8th edition content and scoop even their pathologist colleagues. So we're delighted with that support, John, and from AAPA. The Society of Surgical Oncology, and again, Steve, I think you're representing them, also has provided financial support this past year. Dan Coit is leading that group. Many of us as surgical oncologists in the room have been part of SSO for years. We really want to thank the SSO for their support as well. So that's sort of the fun part and also the kind of quick part. I'm actually not going to spend much time talking about the review. This is sort of the state of affairs of AJCC. This is an update from the past year. So I stood up here a year ago and talked about how busy this year was going to be. And as those of you who were here may recall, one of my themes was all in, that we really need everyone to be all in. And I can report everyone was all in. This past year has been an incredible amount of work. And we'll go through some of that in detail, but I just want to thank people for their N+1 efforts. When I talk to medical students, I tell them in life there's N, which is the expected, and then there's N+1. And every opportunity we have in interacting with any humans, there's an N+1 opportunity every time. If you do that, you will be recognized because it sticks out. And so there was an N+1 performance by this group, and I just want to thank everybody for that. So I'm just going to cover really 4 topics. One is in bold, the completion of all 8th edition chapters and content. You're going to hear this in spades from Dr. Amin. We submitted all of our work to Springer on April 15. It was right before our spring retreat. We thought, now we can rest, only to realize over the next 2 months, there was no rest. So a lot went on, but the great news is we got the chapters in on time. The expert panels, and there's many chairs who are in the room here today, thank you so much for your deliverables on time. Some of them were a little close to deadline, but still under, just like when you turn your grant in, still under the deadline. And I'll cover that a little bit more. I'm going to cover our partnership with the American College of Surgeons, give you an update on what has happened in the past year, because as you know, we really needed their support, and they engaged fully, and I'll talk about that. A little bit about the vendors that we hired. We're still in the process of hiring these vendors as of the meeting last year, and what that's going on with that. And then just kind of go through what has been our financial support historically and then the transition, and then going forward. This is an overview. So this is really the key work that we do. This is why we all exist in this organization, is to put forth a cancer staging product or products that will be used in this country and worldwide as the language of cancer that we hope everyone is speaking from the same page. We've had a great partnership with UICC. Jim Brierley is in the back, who has a major leadership role with UICC, but also has a leadership role with us. And we've talked about several opportunities for continued collaboration with UICC, but we want to make this the language of cancer for all. And I'm going to just take a second to go back to probably 4 years ago, Mehul, whenever you made your pitch in that room right over there to the executive committee, we were looking at editor-in-chief candidates. And Mehul stood up there and he talked about an editorial board. We had about 7 of us before in the 7th edition who sat around and divided up who was going to cover what chapters, and that was called the editorial board. This is a formal editorial board with broad representation. And then he talked about these core groups, and he went through the data collection core, the content harmonization core, and we're thinking, what does that mean? Precision medicine core, evidence-based medicine core. Well, how's that different from harmonization? We really didn't know what he was talking about. An administrative core. And I think there was dead silence when you finished talking, because we were kind of blown away by the vision, but also realized, should we take this here? And then the question, can we take this here? And I just want to recognize the vision that you had to come up with that proposal. There was, I talked about the courage yesterday with Dr. Hortabaji. Sometimes you just have to step up and be courageous. And I just thought that stimulated all of us to realize the possible. And this group has turned it into reality. So I know the members up front here know exactly what I'm talking about. We were blown away at what you were trying to present and wondering what we were going to do about it. But you've really made it happen, and you've been particularly all in. And we'll talk about a little bit more when you come up. But I just think this is really the key slide of what happened last year. Well, I think we had Springer already selected as our publisher as of the last meeting, so this is not new. But we didn't have the other vendors. You've heard about the component content management system and the API development, and that was something we had interviewed several groups around. This is where the college was particularly important to help us interview these good candidates, and we selected EasyData. For those of you who heard Marty's presentation yesterday as sort of a summary of XML-based format, machine-readable ways and structured authoring and others, if you need a primer on this, which most of the clinicians that I know definitely need it, there's a great primer. If you look on the EasyData website, just go under EasyData, they call it a primer. And I think for those of you who are new to this, it's really helpful in understanding what XML-based format is, what is DITA on top of XML, and how that plays into the development of APIs. So it's a great primer to read. It's very understandable. And that way, you have to get a basic set of language with some folks who do this on a regular basis. The other vendor that we hired was 3Scale. And with the development of the API is a life cycle management component of this. And you heard a little bit about that from Marty yesterday. So but these 2 vendors were selected during this past year and have really dived in completely. And we're just about on schedule with where we wanted to be with some very short timelines for these groups. So I think the selection of those and the partnership with the college was key. You've seen this slide before, and I only put this up there to show you that we're kind of at that halfway point. If you look at this slide, and you'll see that yellow cylinder now switches to the left, because we've done on the right what was on the left before, which was really the bulk of the intellectual and scientific part of our work. But now, this is going to go into an API. We're actually developing the API right now and about to be testing that API with various groups, including end-user groups, to see how that's going to play out. And with that API, this is our intellectual property with all of our content that is integrated and is accurate and can be sent as a package to whatever source decides asks to use it, and especially licenses to use it. And you're going to hear more about that, I'm sure, from our speakers later on. The benefits, of again, of having an API, this fidelity of our content is something that's been a problem as various groups have tried to take AJCC staging and put it into different venues. We've lost some accuracy with that, and tracking that down, as Don Andres can tell you, is a lot of work to point out why something is not accurate. And this will ensure accuracy. Any inaccuracies can be fixed real time through our CCMS and done quickly. And again, once that's in the API, anybody using the API would then have that updated, accurate content without different people trying to add things to it. We should reduce the need for manual updates, again, short-term, one-time integration, or continuous updates through the API. Future enhancements, as things come up, you add features using the feedback you get from the users of the API, and you put that into the API. And if you have one source doing that, which is us, that's really the key of our development for that. And again, there's the potential to validate the staging form that will be part of this as well. This was a slide from last year, and I just want to report that the first 4 of these are now done. So we had our harmonization summit at this meeting last year, which I thought went really well. Again, the content is now organized with the API in mind. The conversion of the tables has already happened. We work with EasyData and Scriptorium, who developed the data architecture for EasyData. Working with 3Scale right now for the API management. And we're really just on these last 3 of this set to just show how we've gone through in the past year with some pretty big issues. And I want to end with sort of the financial models, just to let you know very transparently how we've worked as an organization. So through the 7th edition, we really relied on the income from our sponsoring, founding, and member organizations. You can see the list here. I called out American College of Surgeons, American Cancer Society of CDC, CAP, ASCO, and now I mentioned SSO and AAPA, and of course, I got them all there. We also have had the shared revenue with our publisher Springer of a proportion of the revenue from our products, which were the Cancer Staging Manual, the Handbook, and the Staging Atlas. We had a few licensures over the time, and then some industry support that was disease-specific with melanoma from Sharing Plow. But this is the model we use. So as the book went out, and we're now on the 8th edition, immediately there's a huge purchase of this. So we look really flushed over those years for the first 2 years. And then as we continue to do work, it goes down like this. So we've had this financial model of this. It worked. It worked for a long time. Matter of fact, we had other organizations saying, hey, you guys are so much money. Why don't you give some back? But then we realized with 7th edition and this need to go into CCMS and get these vendors involved, that our dip was going to go down lower than we had in the bank. And Scott Kurtzman, our finance chair, had been warning us all along, guys, take a look. 1 year from now, we're not going to have anything in the bank. And so we had a transition time where we really need to get to that another financial model. The American College of Surgeons, David Winchester, speaking to David Hoyt, who you'll hear later on this morning, made, I think, a convincing argument. This is a key product of the American College of Surgeons as well as our other stakeholders. We can't let this go down. We really have to have the face-to-face meetings that we really didn't have the money to do that. And you heard all 3 speakers yesterday say just how valuable that face-to-face meeting was, and we knew that up front. And so David Hoyt started a steering group with the staff from American College of Surgeons and AJCC leadership to really help us be financially disciplined, which in the past we hadn't been that much because we hadn't needed to, and really help us particularly with these vendor selections for these key parts that you heard about, the CCMS, the API, and the lifestyle management. And I don't even know how many hours David Hoyt, I know you already spent probably more than he did, but David Hoyt, as much as he had on his plate, actually went in and learned who we are in detail, and it was there for all of the vendor interviews, and there were many, and the final selections. And I think it's just important for you to know, without that, we would have floundered, financially floundered, and not be able to do the scientific and the content work that we really want to be doing. We really don't want to have to worry about finances, and this support was absolutely integral. And I don't know if Dr. Hoyt is hearing this or will hear it later, but I want to personally thank Dr. Hoyt and Dr. Winchester and Marty for helping us through this time, because I think it was actually really key. Going forward, as you already heard, we love the continued support from our sustaining members. We call them founding and sponsor members. The word sustaining is our current term of the month. And so again, our organizations, our stakeholder organizations I've already mentioned, are continuing to support us. That's going to be a very valuable part of support, especially the educational component that's going forward. Our shared revenue with Springer for the print edition and ebook are there as well, but we know that's not how learners and users of material are now going to use it. They're going to want things that are downloadable, things in their pocket, and they're going to want access, the organizations are going to want access to things like APIs that we now have. So we're looking toward the most sustainable model as a licensure model, less so the print book, which had that peak and trough to it. And we think that licensure model not only shows the value of our content, but keeps people and groups coming back each year to see this is what we want per year, and we're willing to reasonably pay for that. We're not interested in making money. We just don't want to have to worry about money. So I think that's our model going forward. I just want to mention that because I don't think we've really covered that sort of history or evolution. And I think I'm going to stop there, except to end with the most important slide, which is the thank you slide. Again, our sponsoring and member organizations, I've called several of them out here. We cannot do this without you. Our executive committee and all of our committee members, of which many of you are there. The editorial board, again, led by Dr. Amin, who'll be up in a minute. Our staff is some of the best staff I've ever seen in any organization. And I'm just going to call them out and maybe have them stand just stand up until everyone's done. So Chantel, we just go ahead and start off. Ashley Yanello, who's been working with our IT, our web development, and social media. Judy Janes, you've all had emails from Judy Janes, I'm positive of that. And she knows she's had emails from you as well. Thank you, Judy. Marty Madera, our manager of AJCC, who's the glue of putting us all together. Donna Gress, who's, in my mind, the top registrar in the world. All right, we're hearing that from others as well, not just me. So don't go walk near buses. Just stay away from buses. We need you here. And then specifically for the 8th edition, we're at Laura Meyer. Where's Laura? You got to stand up back there. Laura Meyer has been a phenomenal leader and integrator and passionate deliverer of all the 8th edition work and working with Dr. Amin. And I put her last just because in this past year, she's done a phenomenal job. We actually recognized many people here at our spring meeting and gave a few things as well. But I just think publicly, I just want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart and from leadership, and I think from the whole room. Thank you so much.
Dave, if I may comment, with due respect to Dr. Amin, Laura is called a managing editor. She manages everything.
Good point. Human manager as well, I think, can be in there as well. And I put last our volunteers because we know the value. We don't talk about the value very much. I mean, the people in this room, how many in this room were actually involved either with the work or with the development or the ideas of the 8th edition? Almost all hands are coming up. And many people in this room are really, really busy people. There's no remuneration for what we do. That's not why we do it. We do it because it seems like the right thing to do. And I just want to thank not only the people in this room and those on the webinar, but the 430 or so volunteers who've not only put time into this, have put a lot of time into this and thoughtful time. And I think the end product we come out with is going to reflect the work of the volunteers. So I just want to put that last because I don't think we say that enough. And I really thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to stop my part because I want to bring Dr. Amin up to really tell us what's going on with the 8th edition. And thank you very much for coming. We have one. Should we go ahead and do our bylaws? We actually have one action item, and those of you, all of you, should have received the amendments to the membership and bylaws committee document. And I'm sure you all read it. You read the parts in red that there were changes. Any input you wanted to have should have come a week or two ago, because now we don't want a lot of changes. But we want to make, officially we need to actually vote this as an action item to approve the changes in the membership and bylaws. And do we have a motion to, do we have a second for that? Okay, I think the voting members of AJCC, if you're a member, this is where you want to raise your hand. If you're not sure that you're a member or not, you can ask me right now. I think most of you know if you're an official member. If you're an official member of AJCC, please do a show of hands of who approves the changes in bylaws. Okay, so Judy, you need the hands to hold up for a number? Okay, yeah, we've got, okay. I don't think we need to have an official tally, because I think everybody in the room can recognize, and I bet this is actually unanimous. Do we have any nays? Just go ahead and try it. Just give it. No, you're right. You're right. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any abstention? That's good. We really didn't want to have that. Okay, and with that, Dr. Amin, please come on.
Good morning, everyone, and it is really just my greatest honor and privilege to be presenting the work of several hundred people who really put in countless hours in personal time and dedication towards the 8th edition. And on behalf of the entire editorial board and all those volunteers, I'm going to make this presentation. This work that has culminated into the 8th edition is the work of numerous people, and I am presenting a high-level summary on behalf of all these individuals. And what I wanted to do today is to outline the summary of changes to give you an overview of what's really new about the 8th edition, the launch process, and really some of the important next steps. So the journey to this 8th edition began in April of 2013. It was a retreat, the annual retreat of the AJCC Executive Committee. And from that date, we spent as a committee, and then that a process that went on to become the editorial board, and spent a lot of time to really take a hard look at how 8th edition and just AJCC staging manual content is prepared. And so from April 2013 to September 2014, it might look like a long time, but a large amount of effort was spent into process, into how do we standardize this entire 8th edition content across all chapters. We realized that to make staging relevant, we had to embark on a journey that had already begun in the 7th edition and take it to a whole new level of making it into a precision medicine based approach in addition to the population-based approach. We realized that there is a responsibility that we as an editorial board had to the cancer community and to the patients, and we had to be transparent about our actions. And so we embarked on a very important culture of evidence-based medicine, and to be transparent as to what drives changes in the AJCC. And a lot of time was spent into transforming the staging manual into the next era, into the era of electronic applications, content management, API, and some of the terms you have heard. So that was almost a year's process. And following, so this was September 2014, at one of our annual meetings, sort of I presented what the editorial board had done towards this. The real work began, and sort of the launch was in September 2014. The expert panels were formed, very well constituted by the chairs and vice chairs into a multidisciplinary teams, and they began their work. Literature review, deliberations by phone calls, emails, web conferences, and face-to-face meetings. And these deliberations, which are innumerable and countless to account for, led to the formal staging recommendations. And all of these staging recommendations were reviewed by the entire editorial board to understand and make sure that there's a certain level of evidence behind this, a certain level of thinking. And after the editorial board approved these recommendations, the whole chapter writing process was undertaken. So let's take a look at where we were exactly last year, September 2014, last year. And we had this, to order to map out this entire complex process, an oversimplified version, but just to give you an idea, and this is work done by Laura, who really had us conform to this process and made sure that we did this appropriately. You can see that in the green, what you see in the green, again, it's not the detail that matters, is that by September 14, all the teams, almost all the teams, the green means accomplished, the yellow is ongoing, almost all the teams had their face-to-face meeting. They had all had their deliberations, but the yellow is where the chapter writing was. And you can see that just 1 year ago, almost all chapters were yellow. That means the process had begun, but none of the chapters were completed. You can see red means that work was not done. So we were at that phase, high level of anxiety, but of course the optimism that we had put in place, a great process. But most importantly, we had superb leaders who were very committed to this process. And so beyond September last year, where we were here and saying, okay, everybody's now done the deliberations, let's write the chapters. This was what we had planned. And you'll see on the left side of the screen what was planned. In reality, what actually happened is that between October and we had hoped to get all the chapters by October 2015, but it really took some of the teams to get all the chapters in by March. And so between October and March, we received all the chapters. Each and every chapter was then reviewed by the editorial board and approved. The liaisons presented the changes and went back and forth with all the teams such that all the staging recommendations were endorsed by the editorial board. And miraculously, I use the term miraculously because in September we had no chapters, and in April every chapter was completed, edited, approved by the editorial board, and submitted to the publisher. So a phenomenal amount of work was done between September and April, and we had a commitment to submit the content to Springer by April 15th, and at 6 p.m. Laura sent the entire file electronically to the publishers. So very timely effort, and of course all the chairs and vice chairs had a very important role in this process. So having completed this, let's take a look at what is new in the 8th edition at a very high level, and sort of as you all represent the 8th edition out to the cancer community, what are the high level issues that are important? A lot of effort, as I said, the first year was on the organization, and one component of the organization was to make sure that the team was appropriate. We had a very expanded, as Dr. Bird said, expanded, committed editorial board. Just as a contrast, 6th edition had 7 editorial board members, and we really realized that in order to truly have that multidisciplinary participation and expertise, we needed many more. And so at the end, we had 19 members in the editorial board. Each of the expert panels were very, very carefully selected, the chairs, the vice chairs, and you can see that the composition of each expert panel constituted a wide representation of all the key stakeholders that are important for cancer staging. The concept, of course, Dr. Bird talked about, was integral to this process. We needed teams that could support the expert panels. And so Ken Hess and the evidence-based medicine statistics core, Carolyn Compton with the precision medicine core, Dan Sullivan with the imaging core, Jeff Gershenwald with the content harmonization core, and Kim Jessup and Donna with the data collection core were just examples of superb teams that supported the work of these expert panels. At the end of the day, this edition is like it takes the previous edition content and takes it to the next level. And so in the 8th edition, there are updated staging systems in several chapters. Every chapter that you see is updated in terms of content within it, and it's in a standardized fashion that I'll describe. There are updated illustrations, and one way to look at the 8th edition is that it is not only the manual, but it's actually the manual plus the atlas, and we've tried to make it into one product rather than have two separate products, because it's that one desktop reference that we would like all to have regarding staging. There are updated histologic classifications and updated histology cores. A lot of time was spent through the leadership of Jeff Gershenwald and the Content Harmonization Committee to look at the staging rules. And these have been looked at each edition, but this was a very comprehensive evaluation of the staging rules. And 15 physicians really constituted this Content Harmonization core. They had a line-by-line review of the staging rules. And the reason I emphasize this is we can all look at the staging manual and each chapter that is dear to us, but if one doesn't read this most important chapter, then the staging is lost. And I really want that message out, that the time and effort that has gone here, you recall last year that we had an entire harmonization summit. We vetted all the issues that were evolving, controversial. 60 physicians, registrars attended this conference. And at the end of all this, the deliberations of 4 years has resulted in a chapter that was 11 pages in the 7th edition is now 28 pages. And I so really strongly put a big plug in for the work, and of course gratitude to Jeff, Donna, and one of our editorial board members, Elliot Asari, who was a sort of a clinical scholar at the ACS, who put in this work on behalf of all of us. And this is a really major accomplishment of the 8th edition. And just one example of this is that the role of the managing physician, which is really not well and clearly elucidated, is now there, is outlined in this chapter. Content from this chapter is as follows: staging requires collaborative efforts, and everybody who's involved in cancer care plays an important role. Pathologists, radiologists, they provide key information to T and M related information, and stage is ultimately defined from the synthesis of an array of patient history, physical examination findings, and supplemented imaging and pathology data. But very clearly stated, it is only the managing physician who can assign the patient stage, since she or he routinely has access to all the pertinent information from physical exam, biopsies, imaging, and other procedures. So this is one such very important concept and vision that is relayed to the general staging rules. And again, I urge everybody who's involved with staging to not only read the chapters that are important to them professionally, but to read these general staging rules. There are new features that we talked about, and David's talked about the levels of evidence, the imaging section, and this whole journey that we talked about yesterday, that is to take this staging content from a population-based to a more precision and individualized-based approach. So just a few words about evidence-based approach. Again, thanks to Ken Haas and his committee. They proposed the levels of evidence that were transparent to and known to all the chairs and vice chairs, and when they evaluated changes, they had to therefore propose the changes based on the levels of evidence. And as a sort of overarching statement, it is very appropriate to say that no changes to stage definitions, which is the most important changes, there's changes in content, prognostic factors, etc., was made on level 4 evidence. So we had really strong level of evidence, and it's all transparently mentioned in each chapter. Data sources that are available to the cancer community were really looked at very closely, the NCDBs here. But what an important part of the 8th edition was to bring in multi-institutional databases and international databases, for example, in thorax and melanoma and many other organizations. And this evidence-based approach also forced us to critically look at what was published in the literature. Another important feature, and again, hats off here to Dan Sullivan and his entire group, was to make imaging an integral component of staging. Radiology and imaging has played an important role in imaging and in cancer staging, but this was the opportunity to make a clear statement and outline the role. In each chapter, you will see a consistent and broad overview of applications of imaging. There is guidance to the physicians, generally in terms of how tests are ordered because there are several imaging modalities. And most chapters discuss this information, what's important and appropriate for assessing tumor stage information, the temporal order in which some of this information needs to be presented, and what are the specific T, N, and M parameters that can be extracted from the imaging report. These chapters also talk about structured reporting and link to references that are based on disease or specialty-based guidelines, and those are outlined in the imaging chapters, imaging sections in each chapter. Led by Carolyn Compton and the work of the precision medicine and the vision of the entire board, as I've stated, the aim was to take cancer stage as TNM-based approach to a much more comprehensive cancer profile, because cancer stage is just one important component of the decision-making process for patient management. And so we decided as an editorial board to work with the UICC and maintain the fundamentals of TNM staging, but then to bring in additional prognostic factors, which are now the stage groups that contain anatomic and non-anatomic factors, which we call prognostic stage groups, and that the journey of personalized medicine is built gradually by using prognostic factors for staging, risk assessment models, and clinical trial stratification. So these are the new features that are consistently added in each of the chapters. I'm going to go into in detail later on as to which aspects are in the manual versus those that are rolling updates and are going to be available online. So as one looks at the chapters, and there are 85 chapters, the overview of the chapters is as following. The front and center, if you open any chapter, the breast chapter or the prostate chapter, one will first find a summary of changes. This is, therefore, it's very clear, it's transparent as to what is new in the staging system. This is followed by introduction, standard information in each chapter consistent with previous editions, anatomy, rules for classification. The entire section of prognostic factors is divided into 3. Prognostic factors required for stage grouping, those required for clinical care, and those that are emerging for clinical care. And this section is available only online, so it's a web-only presentation. Risk assessment models that Dr. Compton talked about yesterday, and recommendations of prognostic factors to be included in clinical trials section. In terms of the TNM, each chapter very clearly defines the T, N, and M parameters, followed by stage grouping. And an important sort of aspect that is important for you is that the term stage grouping is now called the AJCC prognostic stage group. So when we talk about stage groups, the more formal way to address this, and this is across all chapters, is that they are all now called AJCC prognostic stage grouping. Followed by this is the data that needs to be collected, the grade of the tumor, histologic type, survival data, and bibliography. Very consistently through all the chapters, we have used color coding. This was done in the 7th edition. In blue boxes, you will see the T criteria, the N criteria are color-coded, and the colors are not showing very well, but on the screen, or if at least not on my screen here, but actually when I look at it, you'll see the yellow is the N criteria, M the green criteria. Whenever we talk about histologic grade, it's in a purple box, and most importantly, the AJCC prognostic stage groups are peach type of color, standardized throughout all the text. Now, in the 8th edition, you will see that because of the inclusion of non-anatomic factors, there's increased complexity. Here's just an example. In the 7th edition, this is how the breast prognostic stage groups look. And you can see there's a single table that occupies one section of one page. Moving on to the 8th edition, thanks to the work of Dr. Gabe Ortobayagi, you can see that this is what was a single section is now this that continues on to 5 pages. So the complexity has increased, and this complexity is necessary because it is important for patient care and to keep cancer relevant. Of course, not all staging tables are this complex, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of what is the most complex in the staging manual, and that is the update in breast cancer classification. We talked about it last night. Each and every chapter starts by, in the beginning, the summary of changes and a very transparent presentation, as you will see, of the levels of evidence with prognostic factors, and you can see how these prognostic factors are written. There are 12 new staging systems and new chapters, the chapter on organization, risk assessment models, and some of the new chapters yesterday, and here's a listing of all the new chapters that are available in this manual. Some of the chapters that we had previously are now split for better organization and based on the pattern of care that is provided, and here's a listing of all the split chapters, and split meaning compared to the 7th edition. Some of the chapters are merged, so you can see that, and this primarily occurs in the GYN track. I see Dr. Much and Alex are here, and they've done phenomenal work in this area. And we also wanted to outline what is not in the 8th edition. Not present in the 8th edition is the chapter on cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma and other carcinomas. This was a deliberation by the editorial board based on the recommendation of the skin committee that this is not as relevant as was presented in the 7th edition. And so the cutaneous squamous cell carcinoma is dropped, although cutaneous head and neck carcinoma is the work that the head and neck team took and is a new contribution. Collaborative stage data collection is not part of the 8th edition, and staging forms will not be in the manual, though they will be available online. There are new paradigms that the 8th edition has embarked, and this is sort of just an opening as to how in future, in addition to the TNM base, we'll be potentially looking at disease. Dr. Lydia and Jatin Shah led the work with Brian O'Sullivan on the HPV-associated oropharyngeal carcinomas, and this, as was presented yesterday, is a major way in which oropharyngeal carcinomas will be looked at and then stratified. There are separate staging systems, and this is for the first time, and really quite a controversial aspect from the editorial board, but clearly important for patient management, is that there are separate staging systems for neoadjuvant therapy in esophagus and stomach. The bone and soft tissue sarcomas, there are separate systems for anatomic sites. These were previously all lumped together. In the ophthalmic group, a very major sort of new area, and we might see more of this in other cancers in future editions, is the introduction of an H category. So we all understand T, N, and M, but H is the hereditary cancer, and the importance of the hereditary trait in retinoblastoma is added. So there's a T, N, and M and H version in retinoblastoma. And as presented yesterday by Dan Lin, there are non-anatomic factors that determine prognosis such that you can get an organ-confined disease, but there are increasing numbers of cancers that are now stage 3, even though they are organ-confined diseases. So this is just a flavor of some of the new areas that the 8th edition has done. In addition to the manual, there is online content, and the online content contains supplementary material that is outlined here. And we really want to help you all understand the importance of the web, and want to spread the message that www.cancerstaging.org is going to be revamped, is going to have much more information, and will be an important source of continual updates in the AJCC. This work, as Dr. Bird mentioned, could not be done without the volunteer and expert recognition. And so the important task that the editorial board did was to really recognize their work up and front and center in the staging manual. And so each of the sections has a list of all the expert panel members. So before we even start chapters, the entire expert panel membership is listed. And when one looks at a particular chapter, you will see, as you will see here on top, all the authors that participated in writing the chapter are outlined here. And we felt that this academic recognition was important to the countless hours and the expertise that the volunteers lent to us. There's also very clear information of which cancers can and cannot be staged using that system, and that's in the box below. And it's, again, front and center as you open each chapter. So here's how the 8th edition book is going to look like, and in 3 weeks we should have copies for the editorial board and executive committee, and all of you can get access to the AJCC staging manual through many avenues that I'm going to talk about. But by October 1, you could all have this on your desk. This edition is about 1,000 pages, has 512 illustrations, and in addition to this manual, there are these supplemental online resources that we talked about. Just a little comparison to make you understand that this is just not an update of another source, and that really it's important that one has to have a new manual in order to really be involved with cancer care beginning from 2017. The AJCC 7th edition was a 3-year project led by Dr. Edge, and just phenomenal work from the 6th edition of Dr. Green, 57 chapters, 16 task forces. And when you compare that to the 8th edition, it's a 3-year project, again, 83 chapters, 18 expert panels, and 7 cores. We've expanded the contributions of individuals from almost 300 to 450, from 6 continents, 22 countries, and about 184 institutions worldwide. So truly a international representation, multidisciplinary, and very comprehensive. In terms of content, you can see that there are now over 1,000 pages. In contrast to 93 illustrations, we have 512 illustrations. There's API information that Dr. Bird has talked about. And the staging forms were part of the 650 pages in the staging manual. And I present this information to really explain to you all and to inform you that this manual is content-rich. We do not have the staging forms, and so if you took out the 200 staging forms and now you have 1,000 pages, you really land up with twice the number of pages and about 5 times the illustrations compared to the 7th edition. So we really want the message out that, yes, there's a new way to classify cancer, and it's in the 8th edition of the AJCC staging manual. The API product that Dr. Bird talked about, the single source content, is an important development, and this image was shared where all the expert panels did their work on SharePoint, created Word documents. This entire Word document was then put into this entire content management system. And I'm just going to show you one or two slides regarding that, but then you'll see the importance of that content management system is that it allows for application programming interface and to not only create the staging manual, but as I click, you'll see that there's a potential to create additional derivative products. And the editorial board is now in the process of identifying what those derivative products are. And so the investment in the API is not only for quality and fidelity of data, but the ability and the nimbleness for the AJCC to create these derivative products. At a very high level, here's a chapter, a certain area. I'm just taking, for example, what happens in content management. Here's an area that is highlighted. It is then converted into this machine-readable format, the data XML, and so it looks like from the text version into something that is computer jargon and allows the API to take specific text and then really extract and make it into any of the derivative products that the AJCC is planning. So the licensing and delivery of this content has now been shared with our professional organizations that need the update, the UICC, and other licensing agreements with major stakeholders, the CAP, NCCN, etc., is occurring. Content is being made available to vendors through the API, and we want this opportunity to spread the word out that if you are aware of vendors that would be interested in the API, please contact the AJCC, or if you go onto the website, there is a very specific link on the website which has API vendor, and we would like more and more vendors to use this because the fidelity of the content and the quality will be preserved through this API. It's a huge investment by the 8th edition. So in terms of the release, we expect that all of you can have the staging manuals ordered and available to you by October 1. Between October 1 and January is the time to get familiar with this 8th edition content because the 8th edition changes are effective for clinical care on January 1, 2017. Printed copies, so because it's important, we just wanted to highlight that printed copies are available can be ordered through Springer and Amazon, and here are some links. There are these flyers, and we'd like, at break, we will present these to you. So if you would like to take some of these home, we've prepared these, and we would like more and more people to have access to the staging manual and purchase them. The editorial board has not only sort of finished the formal task of the 8th edition, but we are looking at this cancer staging process as a continual and iterative process. And we just, at a very high level, try to understand what is it that it's going to take in terms of maintaining the staging content. So if you look at staging manuals, at an average, the staging manuals are published every 5 to 6 years. Though we feel that the way that the data and science and medicine is evolving, this is going to take a much greater effort than every 6 years. At this point, we're not quite sure how the iterative models will be rolled out, but this is clearly on our radar, and we'd like your input as to how we could be doing it. But we have a written commitment that in the 8th edition that we will have rolling updates for prognostic factors for clinical care, emerging factors, risk assessment models, cancer staging forms, etc. So it is our vision to not just stop at this point, but to continue building staging content for the future. This is a continual process which the editorial board is committed to, and there's going to be further discussion in spring of next year. It's very important for us to hear from you as to what went right for you, what we could do better, and so a survey will be sent out, and this will help us plan the future of cancer staging. And in a position such that in next year by this time, the leadership will be able to present how staging will evolve in the future. Finally, each AJCC staging manual has a dedication. Each year, an important individual who has had a role in staging is recognized. The 7th edition, which was the prior edition, recognized Dr. Fleming, was a past chair of the AJCC. And this year, we took a little different tack. We had so many people and individuals to recognize, but there's a body of professionals who we thought deserved this recognition at this time, because the work done by the cancer registrars was clearly important. It not only, I mean, we as physicians take this and extend it to clinical care, but passionate users of the AJCC in terms of taking our clinical care and helping us look at the impact of the clinical care was the registrars. And so to recognize the registrar's commitment to education and unique commitment to recording and maintaining the data that physicians produce, their professionalism in collecting the data, the dedication in cataloging this information, and the leadership and support and promulgating the principles of cancer stage was recognized in the 8th edition. And we're truly, as an editorial board, grateful to the cancer registrars for this work, and we dedicate this to them. Finally, just a big thank you. The work that is done here, and I just gave you an overview, is the work of innumerable people. I'd like to extend first a thanks to the entire editorial board. These are the 18 members listed here. Not only did they constantly provide advice, but each of the editorial board members were liaisons to expert panels. They were highly engaged, very motivated. We, in fact, did some calls even on the weekend. And so that was the level not only of their work, but also to come together, and they were most generous with their time and expertise. As repeated multiple times, and I wanted to extend my personal heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Winchester and the entire staff. I'd like to single out Donna Gress for her technical expertise, but someone who Dr. Bird said without whom we could not have done this entire manual, and that's our managing editor who actually managed the editor-in-chief, and that's Laura Meyer. She really did a phenomenal job, and thanks to them. So all of them went above and beyond the call of duty, countless hours, and dedicated and committed. Again, this work could not be done without the expert panel chairs and vice chairs, all the members of the course, and so here I just want to formally recognize that this effort was truly because of all these individuals. We want to recognize the NCDB and the individuals who gave us access to the data, our illustrator, Alice Chen, and our copy editors who were very instrumental, because this was a process that the AJCC undertook itself rather than farming that out to Springer. Finally, in previous years, we had this information that we shared with you in terms of transparency, in terms of effort. You can see that this is a completely transformed product, but just to take an objective look at how much time and effort and what was involved in the 8th edition. There were 25 committees, 88 subcommittees. So when you take like individual chapters, you took upper GI, there's esophagus and stomach, and then in that there were sub-teams, anatomy, biomarkers, etc. There were 521 total seats on the panels, 434 individual contributors. So we had 420 initially, but by the time we finished, 434, 188 institutions, 38 subspecialties. Since the launch time, this is just since the launch in October of 2014, we've had multiple training opportunities, webinars, 16 live webinars were offered, several views on YouTube. There's an expert panel orientation, a retreat for them. Again, that was recorded. Overall, there were 444 events between October and November of October of 2014 and November of 2016. 205 total polls that Judy conducted just to get meetings in order. There were 492 call and meeting hours. And before I even present this data, I mean, this is already phenomenal work, but this doesn't take into account the countless hours that went above and beyond. This is what we could record and show and share with you. There's a combined over 5,000 volunteer hours. And if you were to really look at it, that's almost 680 work days and about 140 work weeks. So this effort, this huge contribution to cancer care was only enabled by these countless hours, and this is just to show you the work that was put in by each and every person involved with this staging question. So finally, it is an honor on October 1. I hope you will all have a copy at your desk. And at the end of the day, this work was motivated by the cancer patient and the physicians who take care of the cancer patient. And it is truly, truly an honor for all of us involved to work on their behalf. And so to them, we are very, very grateful, and to you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bahul.
We'll take questions.
Great presentation. I think we have to hold on questions. Come up between the break if you have specific questions for Dr. Amin. So we're switching to our session, our speaker panel and speakers, and we want to have all three presenters go ahead and give their talks. And then we have a break where we're going to be collecting the 3x5 cards that you all are going to fill out. During the talks of questions to direct to the speakers. Now, all of you should have a 3x5 card in front of you. Feel free to write more than one question. You can use the back of the card. If you need more cards, let us know. But please write down your questions legibly. And if you'll put down the initials of the speaker you want the question to go to, we're going to collect those during the break and have an interactive session up front with our speakers plus 2 of our volunteers from AJCC leadership for the interactive session. Those of you on the webinar, please put your questions through on the chat line. Donna Gress is going to record those on a 3x5 card. So that's going to be how we're going to run this session. And without using up any more time with my talk, I'd like to introduce Dr. Lisa Richardson, who's our first speaker. Lisa comes to us from the CDC, and as far as I can tell, you do a lot of things. You're the director of the Division of Cancer Prevention and Control, and you oversee 4 huge areas that I can tell. Probably the one you're going to speak about maybe the most is the NPCR component of that. But our speakers selected or invited were based on how does staging impact the government and surveillance communities, what's the impact on the private sector and industry support of staging, and then from the academic and clinician point of view. So that's the way our speakers were invited, and I think they know why they were invited. So we got kind of the pick of the litter from these areas, and I really want to thank all 3 of our speakers in advance. So Dr. Lisa Richardson is going to come up. You can start coming up. She got her MD, undergrad and MD from the University of North Carolina, and then MPH from the University of Michigan. Okay? Great. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. Am I going the right way? I'll just start talking. So this has been a great meeting for me. It's always good to come to a meeting where I can be immersed in the things that I like, and I love cancer registration. For some reason, I've always been fascinated by it. I'm an accidental medical oncologist. I went to University of Florida, and I had to do oncology because you can't become an oncologist at Florida without being a hematologist. You know, you got to do the hematology side because there's not enough patient material. And so that's how I ended up in oncology. But this meeting is great, and I was just thinking about looking at the pictures of the different editions. I have, I'm a pack rat as well, so I have the 4th through the 7th edition copies, and I use them quite frequently, actually. So in the work we do, you know, people like Mary Lewis will come to me and say, you know, what is this variable and what can we do with this? And so I pull out the AJCC manual and have a look. So I didn't realize there was a problem with other people using other staging systems. So because to me, this is the one that we sets the standard. And I also want to thank everybody for inviting me as well, and Marty. The AJCC is one of our critical partners because we are one of the end users of the data from, you know, the Commission on Cancer Hospitals that collect it, as well as the registries. If they aren't Commission on Cancer certified, our state registries go out and get this data from those hospitals and those settings as well. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we do. And so haven't had enough coffee, neither has my pup. And so this is one, I found this the last time I was given a presentation about action. And one of my mottos at CDC, as the people here can tell you, is that sometimes I don't feel like we're moving fast enough, we're not making inroads fast enough, or, you know, can we go a little faster? Well, it's government. And I still think that's no excuse. And so what this really says is, you know, fail and fail fast. And if you can't fail fast, use somebody else's stuff to move forward. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about in this presentation, how we leverage resources across, you know, different parts of the government and, you know, externally to get stuff done. So I was introduced to cancer registration and sort of did some projects, and I'll tell you a little bit about myself as we go along. But, you know, this was an IOM report about cancer surveillance. And so at the center of that is the National Program on Cancer Registries and the SEER registries at the National Cancer Institute. I think we forget, and I think a little, I'm a very simple thinker as far as the hierarchy goes, but most of the data we have comes from the Commission on Cancer Hospitals, from the College of Surgeons, and they use the AJCC. So it's all, to me, it's all one stream of data. It's just we cut different pieces out for different groups of people to use. And so this is a one-slide overview of our surveillance system. So this is the only nationally reportable chronic in the country. And it's a little known fact, or maybe an unknown fact, that Bernie Sanders, Senator Sanders, was one of the sponsors of the bill that actually got cancer registration passed as a national law. And every state has a state law where cancer is reportable by law, and which leads us to, you know, some of the things that we have report to the nation, where we talk about different topics each year with the American Cancer Society, NACER, and the National Cancer Institute. But we do that paper every year, and this year we did liver cancer, one of the cancers that's increasing. And so this is a very, very simple representation of our data, because the pictures, like you were showing earlier with how things go, it's just kind of hard to follow. But we get data from hospitals, laboratories, physicians' offices, and that's really where I'm going to talk about most of my presentation today: radiation therapy facilities and outpatient centers. So wherever cancer is seen, you know, our registries get that data. And so my introduction to this was at the University of Florida when I was on the faculty there. You know, I thought, well, gosh, we have all this data that, you know, are kind of missing from places like radiation therapy facilities. You know, what can we do to fix that? And so we did a project there with the Florida Cancer Registry, linking data with the outpatient data there to sort of, you know, enrich what they have. And I think now they're in the process of starting to actually use this data within the cancer registry to supplement what isn't coming in. And so this was my first foray into, well, let's, you know, linkages and what can we do with that to enrich the data. And then the next one, to me, the next natural step was, okay, chemotherapy is still a problem, so how can we figure that one out? And so then we, you know, decided, well, why don't we do a study looking at re-abstracting records, which is, we learn is very time-consuming, or using claims data. So it's sort of a process as we're going along, like how can we do a better job getting these data into the database so that we can use them? And it's very time-consuming, even these types of, you know, studies. So CDC, big CDC, not just cancer prevention and control, you know, public health reporting of things like infectious diseases, sexually transmitted diseases has been a, you know, a big, mostly what the CDC does, or what people know the CDC for, I should say. And so we've been working on this public health reporting and standards since before '93, I'm sure. And then we, in cancer registries, after the laws were passed, and just to state how important the national law was. At the time, I believe, Frank could correct me, but there were like 13 or 14 states who had absolutely no central cancer registry system at all. And so now every state has one. We have one state we're struggling with, doing a lot of TA with to get our data. But the data that you see on our website when you come to look at U.S. cancer statistics is about 98% of the cases of cancer in this country, about 1.6 million. We can't report from, if the data aren't good enough, but we do have 100% with SEER of all the cases in this country, which this year was about 1.6 million. The last year reported was 2013. And so here we start getting into this. So how can we model electronic reporting of data to make it easier? All the things we talked about in the informatics meeting yesterday. How can we make it? I still go to the VA to see patients, so I understand the frustration. When you go in there, it's like, why can't I find anything I need, kind of thing. And that system is very good, but even there, things are scanned in and put into the record, and you still have to go find the scanned document. So they're way ahead, or probably getting a little bit behind at this point. But we started trying to work out, so how can we have reporting to registries? And let me go back to make one point here, is that you'll see at the bottom, we've been working with the College of American Pathologists, and thanks to them for continuing to work with us since 2001, trying to work on these checklists. Or I shouldn't say trying, I would say working on these checklists. And really the things that we said yesterday in the meeting is how do you get that critical mass to say this is something good to do? And I think we reached that. And so yesterday I heard concerns about the radiology community and different other groups. It's not going to be as hard because I think we've shown the value of the checklist with the pathology checklist. And there are lots of pathologists in the room who can speak to that. But I think the next go is going to be easier, but it's building the momentum to get to the point where people see that it's something good to do. And it's good for patients. I like that. We're all in it for the patient. And so this is something that Secretary Burwell said about the ACA, which I think the jury might still be out on that a little bit, but we often don't know we're making history until we're in the middle of it. So you're like scrambling, and that's what I meant by the CAP checklist. I mean, we were scrambling for years, and then I don't know what happened. It's sort of like, the sky, something miraculous happened. Everybody's like, this is a great thing to do. I think it had a little bit to do with ERA, electronic health records, electronic reporting. There were a lot of external pressure as well to make these things happen. And so we continued on at CDC with lots of partners, and almost everybody in the room I'm sure we've worked with to get these done. And our first effort, 2005, was 11 years ago, where we started looking at the EPAS pilot project. We started with 18 states and 1 lab. Now we're up to 44 states participating in 24 labs. This is electronic path reports going to the registries. The next step, and really as I said earlier, 2009, we started working with ASCO and a couple other groups because the physician's office really is the place that we're missing the most information. How can that data be found, number one? I think someone said yesterday in the informatics meeting, how can we get it and then feed it back to the hospitals to improve completeness there? Is that even necessary if we find a central reporting place where everything comes and gets duplicated? That's similar to the registries, which they already do quite a bit of that. And then ERA as well. And as I said, I think the financial rewards, they kind of work, but the penalties that people are going to be under here fairly soon, I think, may have done the trick as far as encouraging people that this is something good to do. To report from from physicians' offices, and that really is the missing link, I think, for completeness of data. And so, meaningful use. I titled this one, "Are We There Yet?" And quite frankly, I don't know if we're ever going to get there. As everybody out there in clinical, medical seeing patient land, Meaningful Use 3 has morphed into something that's going to be embedded in this quality, the CMS quality thing as a whatever percent it is, 20, 25% of your quality reporting to CMS. And so we saw Meaningful Use as an opportunity to allow oncologists to get credit for seeing cancer patients and reporting data. So you could get credit for doing that with Meaningful Use from CMS if you report it to the cancer registry. And so that's why we decided to invest in that. And as I said earlier, if you don't have it for yourself, what's going on around you. And we were added, the cancer registry reporting was added as a public health registry activity for Meaningful Use 2. And so what are we doing in Meaningful Use? A lot of the background for Meaningful Use was done when we were doing our ERA, the MERP project, the electronic reporting. But, one of the main things we did, I would point out here is software development and enhancement. We've developed a lot of software. When we talk to vendors, the developers are always on the phone with us, like what your needs are at the state level, with providing technical assistance to states. I think later on I'll show that almost all of our states are ready to receive data under Meaningful Use 2. I think we were taken out of named activity for Meaningful Use 3, and now we're under public health registry. So you may have to dig a little deeper. And doing some research last night, there are a lot of exceptions. So how viable this is going to be, but it was not a waste of time. It was not a waste of energy because it's actually getting us to the next place we want to be, physician reporting in the office, and how can we do that seamlessly in the workflow. Asking people to do one more thing in their office is not going to get us where we need to be. It has to be seamless. And so as I was just saying, with Meaningful Use 2, we're moving to 3 now. 42 states, I think, have actually received data or have tested and validated and received data. And these are our lessons learned here. You'll see that almost all of this relates to communication, talking to the right person. And vendors are very, since the CAP days, 2001 when we started, I think some of those calls that I was on, we'd have 300 or 400 vendors on the call with us trying to figure out what our needs are in cancer registration and how they could help to fill those needs. And some of the people in the room we've worked with for 5 or 6 years. Lanner and I think bought Alpha, is that right? And so Onco EMRs, and we've been talking with them for 6 or 7 years, but they're extremely interested in how to get this information, how to get it in, and then how to get it out. And I think a lot of it has to do with the incentives or not of reporting. I'm cynical that way too. People don't do it, maybe not for the right reason, but they want to get paid. And someone made a comment earlier this morning that cancer reporting, I think, should be done by the healthcare providers who are seeing the patients because they know what was delivered. The comment earlier about surgeons and staging, maybe that's true. Maybe I was just fascinated with staging, but it was not emphasized in my fellowship, which I started in 1992. So maybe it is more of a surgical side, or that's what people think when they think about cancer staging. And so what have we done to improve? This is 10 years of work on one slide, basically. But what have we been doing to improve this? We've implemented the EPATH reporting. We're also working on the biomarker reporting, the ECC checklist with the pathologist, implementing e-reporting from physicians, EHRs. This is where we have our HL7 CDA cancer implementation guide that we wrote that walks you through what's needed for Meaningful Use 2 reporting. Also, how can we exchange data? We have multiple ways of exchanging data between states, developing software to process, and then the middle one is the FHIR. I felt bad yesterday because I'm still excited about FHIR. Someone said it was ossified, so I was like, okay, I'm a dinosaur already, and I just found this thing. But the FHIR structured data capture, I think, is going to, reading up on this as well, HL7, you have to join it and be a part of the community, but FIRE is totally open source, so you don't have to join anything to have access to it. You might want to join so you can figure out what to do with it, but if you know what to do with it, you don't have to join the HL7 community. And there have been some challenges with that as well. Somebody mentioned to me about Dr. Graves, but he's joined the effort. And now we're down to the natural language processing web service, which I'll spend most of my time talking about. But we, as the next natural step in reporting of data, we have structured data, we have the variables that we know what they are from the pathologist and from, the radiologist, those types of things. But what do you do with free text? And that is, as I mentioned earlier at the VA, that's the problem with free text. So we proposed to the Department, Health and Human Services, a project for PCOR funding to look at building a public health platform for natural language processing that will be available to everyone. And I'm sure there's some people in the room working with us on that, but we're at the point now of we've gotten our funding, and now we're working with the Food and Drug Administration to look at a completely different type of data, the Vaccine Adverse Events Registry. So there's two very disparate databases, and I think the VAERS is almost all, text, whereas ours is structured data. But the goal is for us to build a platform, modular in nature that can be used by all types of people that need to report data. And so the process will figure out how to process unstructured data and return it in the coded data format that you need, ICD-10, SNOMED, LOINC, whatever it is your system needs the data to look like. And as I said, we're trying to build it, or we will be building it to meet the needs of other domains and public health programs out there. So this I see as the opportunity where you just keep going up, or I don't know if you keep going down or which way it is, but where is the top of the mountain for this type of thing? And so structured data capture, I think several people said it, and there are experts in the room, so correct me or pipe up and ask questions later. But the forms are being developed in coordination with the College of American Pathologists, the protocols, the checklist. We just did a connect-a-thon, or so where data was traded between different groups of people and proved that it could work. We were working with Epic, who's already got a beta version, using the staging information to sort of make it automatic within the system, and then it shoots it off to a repository, and then the repository makes sure everything's okay, and it gets sent off to the cancer registry. So it can happen, directly from the physician's offices. And like I said at the bottom there, we've done several tests, and I saw one last week, and it's very exciting if we can make this thing work. And so the FAST, healthcare interoperability resources is really how this data will be exchanged, I believe. Something I read was HL7, other, things that have happened in the last few years didn't take on because people couldn't figure out how to make money using it. It's basically what the guy said. It was kind of sarcastic, but it was sort of, so what is different about this? How are people going to, work together to make it happen? And if the data, according to the gentleman that came over from Georgia Tech to talk to us, it's data agnostic, so you don't really need all that. You just need to know what your variables are and what is the format, for cancer reporting for physicians' offices. So I traded out Usain Bolt for my, what's his name, the Roadrunner. How fast can you run? But I think it really is going to transform the way we look at data and how data are exchanged. And so this is one of the examples that we saw at our Connect-a-thon that was a couple weeks ago in Atlanta. But we developed the forms, and with those persons who are experts. There's a hosting place. The EHR will either pull the form from the hosting organization, which in this case would be a CAP checklist, and then it's it's returned back to the EHR, and then it goes on to the cancer registry from there. It could work, but well, anyway, I think it will work. We just have to be persistent. And so From our data that we have with the people that we're working with, there are about 3,100 pathologists who are licensed to use these checklists. So I think we're, making quite a bit of progress. And the goal, we have to get people to use them. And if they use them, and as we've heard, multiple times, everything isn't in there, but I think the core information is in there. And then you sort of modify as you go. I think also, perfection is the enemy of the good. So I think we have to keep working it and fixing it as we go. So I talked a little bit about this. Like I said, we're using pilot registry data, and we will be expanding it in year 2. So we are in year 1, and we will be looking for volunteers who have data that they would like for us to run through the platform once we have it set up. And again, if meaningful use stays around, this will be a way to meet those requirements for meaningful use. And as always, at CDC, we can't do anything without a lot of people there to help us out. And also, the talent in the world out there is limitless. And so we have, hospitals, local public health agencies, labs, the Department of Energy. This project has been, is part of the Cancer Moonshots in the Vice President's office. So, they're very interested in this type of activity and making it work. One comment we got back when we were funded is that the PCORnet investigators have collected a lot of data, but it's very difficult for them to use that data because how do you put it all together and make it work from so many disparate sources? And so this was one of their, the PCOR people, this was one of their impetuses for funding this project. And so we're at the very beginning. I think November, December, there should be a paper looking at the literature. And what they're doing, the first service is looking at all of the platforms that are out there, what's available. And so very soon, hopefully, that information will be available to others who are interested in doing this type of work. And then from there, we'll go on prototype development, hopefully by the end of the first year. And so, as always, there are challenges to everything. And I think one of the main limitations that our people at CDC have identified are the limitations of the open source software and tools. And so we, hopefully we'll find enough to work with and we won't have to build it ourselves. But, if we do, we'll figure that one out too as we move along. And then how do you prioritize requirements? Who gets what they need as we're moving along? And so this is the concept of how Joe and Sandy and Wendy think that this would work, and this is what we were funded to do. But how can you take pathology and biomarker data that's received at the state and send it to this web service and then have it sent back in a format that can be used by cancer registries without all the hand and, data abstraction and all of that. And this is not to say whenever we say that or whenever I say that people are concerned about their jobs. I think it will require a new type of skill. We will still need people looking at records, but it will not be going into the record trying to find something. It will be making sure that the data that we have is correct and is quality data. But we're always going to need people to do that kind of thing at some level. So I think this is my last slide. And so, how do we take the paper records and turn them into, standard data? And then the forms are in the middle. And he's absolutely right. The devil is in the detail. And so that actually is where we are at CDC trying to figure those details out. And I think that's it. All right. Thank you. And I look forward to your questions. And if you have any ideas of how to make it work, let me just in those two.
Thank you very much. Please set the stage for, I think, our next two speakers. I'm sure they have lots of ideas and comments on what Lisa already presented, as well as the rest of the room. I don't see cards with a lot of information on them in front of me, so make sure you're writing your questions down. Lisa Carey's going. I have one. Please do that because we're going to gather those during the time. And again, the chat line for those on the webinar. Thank you, Lisa. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Bobby Green, who's Vice President of Oncology at Flatiron Health. And Dr. Green is a medical oncologist, right, who trained who is at Duke for undergrad and his MD degree, got a master's at UPenn and went on for medical oncology at UPenn. And I think we're going to hear industry's perspective, but with the patient in mind as the center of that. So I think Flatiron, we recognize as one of the leaders in this area. We're delighted that Dr. Green is going to come give us Flatiron's perspective. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Bird. And first, a thank you for having me today. It's really an honor to be here. I have to say I'm always a little bit intimidated being in a crowd full of surgeons. As a Duke undergrad, I was, just like many residents who went through the Duke surgery program, kind of traumatized as a Duke med student, rather, by the Duke surgery department. But it's nevertheless an honor to be here. Yes. One of the worst days of my life, or most fearful days of my life. Great surgeon. And just a disclaimer, I'm at the tail end of an upper respiratory infection, so that's time when I actually feel fine and I sound terrible, so I'll apologize for any coughing during the presentation. I wanted to just take a second to give you a little bit of context about myself, because I think it's relevant in what I'm going to be talking about. So I'm a medical oncologist. I'm a community oncologist. I managed to practice about a 14 medical oncology group in South Florida for about 15 years before going to Flatiron. I've been at Flatiron Health now just about 2 years, though I still see patients in my old practice in West Palm Beach, Florida. So I see patients in my clinic on Monday mornings, and usually Tuesdays fly up to New York. And when I'm not in other places like Chicago, usually come back to West Palm Beach on Friday afternoon. So due to some graciousness on the part of my family, I'm able to pursue this. And at Flatiron, I lead what's called our clinical oncology team, and you'll hear more about a little bit what we do, but that team is responsible, one, for making sure that any content that is in any of the software that touches providers or touches patients has medical expertise and medical input into it. And a big part of that we've been working on is incorporating AJCC's new content into our electronic health record. And we're also responsible for, we call it embedding people within our engineering team. So anytime we build software, again, that's going to touch patients or touch providers, we think it's really important that you have someone who's either seen patients or worked in an oncology practice, whether that's a community practice or an academic center, to help as that software is being developed to make sure it's always being done with the clinician and, most importantly, the patient in mind. So a little bit about Flatiron Health. We are a 4-year-old company. We're based in New York City, rapidly growing. When I got there in 2014, I think we had 30-something employees. We now have over 300 employees, so rapidly growing. And I put our funding number up here just to emphasize the point that being well-funded, which is a very fortunate thing for us, has given us the ability to invest in certain resources. So it's what enabled us to acquire OncoEMR, which is an electronic health record, from a company called Alto Solutions, and has enabled us to pour a ton of resources into what we believe is a really important problem, and that is how can we use data to advance cancer care. And we're really focused on doing that in 2 ways. The first way is in building software for clinicians to help them take better care of cancer patients. And the second way is figuring out how to use that real-world data, all of the data, including a lot of content that comes from AJCC, how to use that to actually learn more about cancer and to take that data to improve cancer care. And that jives really well with our mission statement, which you can read here. And again, it's a real focus of our company and my team in general to really try to make sure that accelerating cancer treatment, and as Dr. Bird said, putting the patient and putting the clinician at the center of everything that we do, that is so important. So I want to talk about the 2 ways, as I said, that we're trying to work in this space. One is providing software to providers, and then the second is how we think about data and making data useful. So we provide software to oncologists across the country. The majority of clinicians use our electronic health record, which is OncoEMR. That's used by over 2,000 clinicians throughout the U.S. It is predominantly a community-based electronic health record, so not something that you would see in academic medical centers. We also have an analytics platform that's for community oncology practices that is EMR agnostic, that can integrate with other electronic health systems. We have a product called OncoTrials, which helps identify patients for clinical trials. And then also importantly, not listed on this slide, we have a product that's called our Outcomes Database. And our Outcomes Database is an EMR agnostic product that integrates with electronic health systems. And this is predominantly at academic medical centers. The systems like Epic and Cerner pulling data out, processing that data, and providing insights back to these academic centers that we work with. We think now that somewhere in the range of 1 in 9 cancer patients in the U.S. actually get treated by clinicians who in one way or another are using our software. So again, the second way that we think about data is through what we call our Flatiron Real-World Database. And this is taking a combination of structured data from electronic health records, unstructured data from electronic health records, and then pulling in outside data sources into a repository that, again, we call our Flatiron Real-World Database. And I'll talk to you in a minute about how we think about structured data and unstructured data and putting that together and what some of those use cases are, at least from our perspective. I also want to make the point that, as you guys all know, there are a lot of people working on very similar problems, and that includes CancerLink, and we're happy to be kind of participating in what we think is a really exciting area where we can have a lot of positive impact. So I want to first talk about structured data, and for someone who used to see patients 5 days a week and someone who still sees patients 1 day a week, there is this perpetual clinician struggle with structured data, and how do I take data from the care that I'm delivering and put it in a structured format in an EHR. And Lisa, I'm sure your experience has been that that's often been missing. I would like to say that as a clinician, I always enter structured staging on my patients for every patient I see. And if I were to tell you that, that would not be true a lot of the time. And this is what clinicians typically look like when they think about entering structured data into an electronic health record. And our experience has been that this is true in small community practices, it's true in big community practices, it's true in tertiary care centers and academic practices. And if you ask the question, why don't physicians like putting these data into the electronic health record, I think there are a variety of answers. One of the answers is it's just not easy enough. And as someone who owns an EHR, I can tell you it's not easy or seamless enough in our EHR to enter information like staging and biomarkers. And it is something that we are working to improve and that a lot of vendors are working to improve. How do you make that experience easier for the clinician? And I would add, though, even more importantly than that point, is it's hard to make docs do something if you can't show them value in why they're doing it. And I love this quote from Eisenhower: motivation is the art of getting people to do what you want them to do because they want to do it. And I think that one of the things that we're trying to do, and that a lot of people are trying to do, and in fact it is a way the world has been moving, is how do we get docs to want to enter structured information at the point of care? And we think there are a number of ways to do this, and we actually think the good news is that the world is slowly moving in a way where it's not just the ruler hitting someone over the head saying you have to do this, you have to do this, but really thinking about how might it provide value back to you. So many of you are familiar with CMS's oncology care model. For those of you who aren't, it is a value-based care initiative and alternate payment model which CMS has multiple practices across the country participating in. We have a lot of practices that are on our electronic health record, OncoEMR, that are participating in this as well. And if you look at this list here, this is a list of the quality metrics that CMS is requiring practices to report on. And if you go over into the column that says appropriate therapies and just pick out OCM 8, adjuvant chemotherapy for colon cancer, this is a great example. So you're now being asked as a practice to report on the percentage of patients with stage 3 colorectal colon cancer who receive appropriate adjuvant chemotherapy. So as a practicing clinician, I actually want to know that information. I think I give adjuvant chemotherapy in all the appropriate circumstances, and then I document a good reason when I don't, but I actually don't know that to be true. So in addition to needing to do this for OCM, it's actually providing value back to me. And if you think about the calculation, the denominator is patients in your clinic who have stage 3 colon cancer, and the numerator is those who got adjuvant chemotherapy. Well, adjuvant chemotherapy in clinical practices usually requires some form of intravenous chemotherapy, not always, but usually. So most of the time in structured data, without anyone having to do anything, you're going to capture the numerator. Did they get chemotherapy? But to capture the denominator, someone's got to put the staging into the electronic health record. And if you don't, you're not going to know what percentage. So it's an example of, as we think about quality metrics, and this is one of the big buckets where I think we start to provide clinicians value for entering data at the point of care. This is one area where I think that there is a real opportunity to move the needle, and where anecdotally, because we haven't really dug into these data yet, we have seen staging compliance by physicians increase over the last couple of years. Pathways integrated at the point of care. So in order to get through a decision tree, there are lots of structured data points that you need to enter in an electronic health record. One of the things we've tried to do is integrate external pathways into the electronic health record, again, to make the process easier for clinicians as they're taking care of patients, and to encourage appropriate data collection at the point of care. As just an aside, and I know it's really relevant to people here, you know, typically in oncology practices, most of the focus is on medical oncology. As you think about whether it's pathways from vendors like VIA, for example, or the NCCN guidelines, most of the times we approach things from, if you have this, what chemotherapy should you give? One of the things that we've been struggling with and really thinking a lot about is how can you bring in the entire guideline experience that includes things like the surgical workup, the appropriate imaging that you need to do. How can you pull all of those things in? And we're currently have been working with NCCN, which is in the process of actually digitizing their guidelines to think about how we might be able to ingest that at the point of care. So again, a second area where we think that the world is moving in a direction that better structured information hopefully will get entered by clinicians. And the last area that we've been looking at, and I apologize, the slide's a little bit hard to see, is using structured data to help identify patients for clinical trials. So this is a screenshot from our clinical trials tool where it's presenting a list of patients coming in for an appointment. And just to clarify, just so you know, this is obviously not real patient data, but there's no PHI in any of my slides. But it's a list of patients coming into a clinic based on various diagnoses, biomarkers, and stage. And it's a really effective tool to be able to say, show me all of my stage 4 lung cancer patients who have an EGFR mutation. But again, unless you've put those structured data into the health record, you can't do this. And what we've seen early on in pilots that we've done is that as you start to provide this kind of value back to clinicians, you start to see better data get entered at the point of care. And then the last thing that we think is really important to do when you think about increasing compliance with the entering structured data is giving physicians the tools to actually know when they haven't done it. Like if you're going to tell me you need to stage all your patients, it's helpful for me to know when I haven't done it. So one of the things we've worked on is being able to present clinics with reports, what patients are coming in by physician for office staff to look at who haven't staged their patients, as a way to kind of subtly encourage clinicians to make sure if they haven't done it, that they have. And again, with the message being, it makes sense to do this because we think that there's really value for you in how you take care of patients, whether it's from a quality standpoint, helping treat patients according to guidelines or pathways, or helping identify patients for clinical trials. So I want to switch gears for just a second. One of the things that we think a lot about is beyond that structured data, and it's for a couple of reasons. One is the reality, we think, is you're never going to obviously get to 100% compliance with structured data. And I think the jury is still out as to how accurate structured data entered by a busy clinician at the point of care is, especially if you go beyond things like just staging to think about extent of disease. Is someone capturing the right biomarker or the right mutation in a structured field? How do we think about things like progression and survival? That there needs to be a better solution, and that this involves two areas: unstructured data, which Lisa was touching on a little bit before, as well as pulling in external data sources, which are incredibly important. So this is a screenshot of, it's an actual screenshot of, with the names blacked out, obviously, of a physician's note describing an endoscopic ultrasound in someone who had a GE junction adenocarcinoma. And I show you this slide for a couple of reasons. The first is there's always going to be information buried in physician notes that you need to pull out, whether it's a biomarker, whether it's a stage because it hasn't been put there, whether it's the goals of therapy, whether it's the reason that a treatment decision was made that you want to get at. There's always going to be information buried in notes that you have to get at, is number one. The second reason for showing this is there are certain things, and I think, Lisa, you're right, using NLP is going to really, give us some information, but we think there are certain things that you're actually never going to really be able to get accurately out without human intervention. And the example here in this note is if you look at the end of the note, the clinician said in the note, this is a T3N2MX esophageal cancer. And then if you go look in their description of the report, you can see clearly that this is a GE junction that this is a GE junction tumor. So if you think about this from a data processing standpoint, at least our engineering team has looked at this and said, we don't know how to teach computers yet to pull this information out. So we think that in the approach to structured data, or at least the approach that we've been taking, is that machines are important and computers are important, but that there's also a really important human element in this. And that's why we have this process that we call technology-enabled abstraction. And what this means is that we have a team of, I think it's almost 200 now, nurses, nurse practitioners, and tumor registrars across the country who remotely log in to Flatiron software. It's a software tool called Patient Manager. Patient Manager pools unstructured data and documents, whether it's physician notes, pathology notes, biomarker results from electronic health records, and presents them to this abstracting team really in a scalable way. So people can log in to a common system. They don't have to be logging into EMRs. And you can target certain abstractors with certain information. So if you have someone who happens to be really good at staging, they can get staging information. If someone's really good at biomarker interpretation, they can get biomarker interpretation. So it allows you to focus on people's strengths. It allows you to check inter-abstractor variability, reliability, and the quality of the data in a really robust way. And most importantly, it allows you to scale this, because the process of abstraction, which we think is fundamentally so important, is really hard to do without a tool to be able to scale it. And I think, I don't know the percentage, about half of our abstractors or tumor registrars. I'm just wondering if the dedication to tumor registrars is public information yet, because I'd love to go send out an email to all of our registrars out there who, if they don't know it, to let them know that the latest AJCC manual was dedicated to them. And so what we found using technology-enabled abstraction is that you can actually go from incomplete or sometimes not accurate data and really increase the reliability and the completion rate of certain biomarkers. So taking everything from smoking status to histology to stage to certain biomarker results and going from relatively low percentages up into almost complete data. And we found this to be extremely helpful as we think about trying to look at outcomes and trying to look at data from really trying to get the entire 360-degree view of a patient. I think the biggest thing for us has been being to ascertain stage and the extent of disease of our patients, because it's such a fundamental thing in understanding your patient populations, is understanding those parameters. And so there's structured data, and then there's unstructured data, and then there's external data. And again, showing this slide because the third component that we think is really important to pull in is external data. And those can include things like claims data. So when you start to merge claims data with detailed patient information, you can start to get a better understanding of the cost of care in different populations. As you think about pulling in genomic information and linking that to clinical information, you can understand outcomes better and responses based on genomic profiles of patients. And probably the most useful thing we've been able to pull in from an external data source is actually mortality data. Most clinics do not reliably enter when patients die. And so being able to pull in external mortality data has enabled us to look at real-world evidence and really get good ideas of things like overall survival in a population of patients. And so with this combination of structured, unstructured, and external data, We've started to do what we think are some really interesting things. A lot of these are in the early stages. So real-world evidence and outcomes research, I think most of us envision a day when we have a platform that researchers across the country can use to log into and make queries. We've started in the early phases of doing that with NCCN institutions. We've developed registries with links. So we have a relationship with Foundation Medicine in which we link our clinical data that's pulled from the EHR with Foundation's genomic data. We think there's a huge opportunity in two areas of clinical trials. One is informing clinical trial design. Most of the time, or often when clinical trials are designed, they're done without really a good understanding of what the real-world populations are going to look like, what the standard of care treatments are going to look like as they think about picking a control arm. So we've had some discussions about utilizing our data to help inform clinical trial design. We also think there's a real opportunity to help practices identify patients. So in a small pilot that we've been doing with a couple of practices, we've actually been using these data processing techniques to pull in information like stage and biomarker status and line of therapy, and rather than have the practices have to do it, to actually present practices with lists of patients who are potentially eligible for clinical trials. We think there's a real opportunity here to help with tumor registries and to help the tumor registry process with both the completion of the data, making the process more efficient, and also making the data more recent. And one of the really nice things we're able to do with these data models that we have is the data is pretty recent. So we recycle it every month, and the month lag is really only because we quality check the data before anything gets released. And the last are stakeholder engagements, and so two I want to touch on very briefly that we're really excited about that we've been working with the FDA and the NCCN. So we've started a collaboration with the FDA and a set of research projects to try to do a proof of concept of how real-world data can actually help to drive regulatory decisions. We're early in this process. There's a lot of work to be done. We're trying to make sure that we can find data, whether it's looking at progression or response and outcomes that are high enough quality for the FDA to use in these use cases. But it's something we've started working on. We have a project now looking at the use of checkpoint inhibitors in advanced lung cancer. So it's something that we're really excited about. And then last is the NCCN outcomes database, which we're helping to partner with them and to generate. So this is a part of our outcomes database project that we've started providing, again, in pilot phase to NCCN institutions. So it gives you the ability to look at your own practice's data, looking at diagnosis of advanced disease. So this is a lung cancer slide, being able to look at your testing rates for things like EGFR and ALK and ROS1, and to be able to look at outcomes based on particular biomarkers and looking at real overall survival because we're pulling in external data sources. Again, this is just rolled out and is in pilot phase. The goal here is you'd eventually like people to be able to look at their data, and as more sites go online, be able to benchmark NCCN institutions, hopefully to be able to query this database and ask research questions. So it's something that we're really, really excited about. That was my last slide. I just wanted to end real quick with just a comment that had to do with the presentation going over the AJCC update. And to go back to this question here, and what's really interesting to me, so this is a question that we ask, why don't docs enter data? The other question, though, is what's the data that's appropriate for docs to answer? And what's the data that's appropriate to present to physicians in the context of an electronic health record? And it's something, quite honestly, that we've struggled with. The staging part is easy. Well, what staging? So you can use AJCC. But what biomarkers do you present? What other pieces of data do you present? And hearing about the AJCC 8 update, it makes my life a lot easier as we think about what things to present. Because as you start to incorporate biomarkers, and as you have this concept of it not being a static document, but of it updating and continually updating, it gives us the ability to not have to compile the list. Well, for lung cancer, we have ALK and ROS1 and EGFR. What else do we need? But to have a reference source like AJCC to really look at that. So I'm personally really excited to hear about everything. So thanks, and again, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. That was a very clear presentation, I think, for all of us, and a lot of food for thought. Mike Hassett is our next speaker. He's an assistant professor in medicine at Harvard and in medical oncology. He's the director of clinical informatics systems at Dana-Farber. And I think you're not only you're frontline all of your practice just about, and you're going to tell us about your work in Epic and how it really, the rubber meets the road. Thanks.
Well, thanks very much. Are we on? We're on. Excellent. We've been talking now for, I guess, about 2.5 hours. Does anybody want to do some jumping jacks before I get going? I guess I'll take that as a no. If you do in the middle of the talk, go ahead, just to the back and jumping jacks, and we can all join in. I'll try to touch base on a few of the similar concepts that have come up so far. Step 1, using PowerPoint, which is always good when you're starting a talk on informatics, right? So I wanted to give a little bit about my background before kind of running into this, just to let you know where I come from in terms of my work with information systems and cancer staging. So I'm a medical oncologist. I work at Dana-Farber. I've been there for about 14 years now. And I got into the kind of informatics and research field as a really as a joint thing about 14, 15 years ago. I had research interests in healthcare delivery and quality of care, and became interested in EHR systems because I wanted to improve the way that we used computer systems to actually provide high quality care. And identified a gap early on in that we don't have a lot of structured data in the EHR to use for measurement and improvement purposes, and so I got elected to help out with our clinical information system. I work at an institution that started developing its own EHR probably about 20, 25 years ago now, and joined that team about 13 years ago, and helped lead both the ambulatory medical record team and the chemotherapy order entry team at our organization prior to our Epic go live. So that was our homegrown medical record. Some people may have heard that we transitioned to Epic about 15 months ago now, 14 months ago. I remember it because it was during ASCO. It was a great time for a cancer center to transition to Epic during the ASCO Annual Meeting. So we transitioned to Epic, and I was the Beacon lead. Beacon is the cancer module for Epic. I was the Beacon lead for the partners in the farmer implementation. And I was also asked to sit on and chair what's called the steering board, which is an Epic run body of 12 organizations that use its cancer module to try to help improve the functionality and the use of the cancer module. So that's my kind of Epic and past work. I also use, I've done some clinical decision support enhancements in systems, and I've used a lot of registry and claims-based data sets in research analyses. So I wanted to start with a simple question. Why do we document stage in the EHR? What's important about it? And at least for me, these are my thoughts. It's really important to try to centralize that information in one place and to facilitate recall. Having it in a structured field that you call staging makes it locatable. If you dictate it and you put it in a note and you look at a list of 85 notes and you don't know which note has staging in it, it's a lot harder to find that information. It's helpful for communicating information to other members of the care team. It's helpful for enabling clinical decision support, which I think touches the points that we just heard about, what's the value of this information and how do we get people to use it. We want to generate reports to aid clinical care and also to support population health management, which I think is the topic that has touched more on primary care than it has on cancer care, but I think it's going to move into cancer care in the future. Quality measurement is here to stay, and also clinical research. So I think these are themes that many people this morning have mentioned. I thought I'd throw in a clinical scenario since we're talking a lot about informatics, but we all are here to treat patients. So this is just it's a made-up scenario, but similar to what I tend to see in clinical practice. I'm a breast medical oncologist. So this 63-year-old woman has no past medical history and no symptoms, and has a mammogram that shows an abnormality in the left breast and an ultrasound that finds a 1.9 centimeter density. Physical exam demonstrates no breast or axillary masses. It's unremarkable. She has a core biopsy that confirms invasive ductal cancer. It's called a grade 2 cancer, ER positive, PR low positive, HER2 negative, and LVI negative. Then she has a lumpectomy and a sentinel lymph node biopsy, and that identifies a 2.4 centimeter cancer on pathologic analysis. Grade 3, ER positive, PR low positive, HER2 variable with sections that are 3+ and 1+, LVI positive. There's a 5 millimeter cancer deposit in one lymph node and extranodal extension. And then she has an Oncotype DX recurrence score of 28. So hopefully this sounds reasonably realistic and familiar to folks. It's the sort of thing that I see. Currently, when you think about how this information is really documented in the note, you get a nice progress note here, and everything is free text dictated, and you have a pathology report over here, and it could be synoptic reporting. But this is the sort of information that I think we're all struggling with right now. The problems that we face is that perhaps there's no stage documented in the chart at all. Stage might be documented, but it's in an unstructured format. And for many uses of data, having unstructured data doesn't really help us all that much. Or that stage is documented in a structured format, but there isn't sufficient what I would call clinical synthesis, and this came up earlier as well. There are multiple results from multiple organizations that all inform the concept of staging, and I think we heard early on in the introduction about the 8th edition how critical it is for the physician to be trying to synthesize all that information and come up with a stage, because they're the people who know the patient and can access all that data. And it's hard for, as smart as computers are, it's hard for them to really integrate and process that information. That's coming. So this is just a kind of a slide to highlight the synthesis challenge. So you may have one hospital, one organization where you have a clinical exam that shows a 1.9 centimeter mass and biopsies, a biopsy that shows these features, and then at another hospital, you have another set of information. So is it a 1.9 centimeter cancer or a 2.4 centimeter cancer? Is it a grade 2 cancer? Is it a grade 3 cancer? Some factors might be the same, but is it a HER2 negative cancer or a HER2 positive cancer? We have different biopsies that are showing different pieces of information. What things are important to document and what things aren't. And so I think this is where it's really important for the clinician to step in and say, my clinical judgment is this. And I'll say this also relates to how we want to use the information. When you're trying to do decision support or to identify patients for a clinical trial, I need to create a rule that says you should use trastuzumab in this person. It doesn't help me too much if I have one pathology report that says it's HER2 negative and one that says it's HER2 positive. I need to know for this cancer, do we consider it HER2 positive or HER2 negative, and you have to synthesize that information. There's a lot of barriers to structured documentation. We talked about a lot of these already, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it's time consuming and it's different than what we've always done. I went to residency at Rochester, and they handed out these pins that we would wear on our white coats that said, because we've always done it that way, with that red line through it. That was their kind of thing. They really wanted you to try to think about different ways of doing things. But change is hard. And having just gone through an Epic implementation, I can certify that change is hard. EHR user interfaces don't make documentation easy. It's hard to get people to document this. EHRs that offer structured stage documentation historically have not included all of the important prognostic and predictive pieces of information. And I think the 8th edition is going to be a really good supplement or way to help address a lot of those issues. It's not required for reimbursement. And frankly, a lot of our documentation, it's about what gets paid for. And, I'm trying to bill a CPT 99214, and to bill the 99214, I have to see the patient for 25 minutes and say that in the notes. So I could look at lots of notes and see that all those notes say that I've seen the patient for 25 minutes, but none of them have documented stage in them. So it's this interesting thing that, the thing that provides value to the clinician, which is the reimbursement, is the thing that's driving the documentation. Also, I think many benefits of structured documentation, I think this is a subtle point, but they accrue to people who aren't clinicians. Quality measurement helps the hospital, not the person on the front line. Clinical research helps clinical researchers. And there isn't this direct connection. It gets to the point that you were just making a few minutes ago. because I see these are some of the requirements for EHR documentation to be useful. It has to be centralized. It has to be structured. We have to have some sort of common terminology. We need some standard methodology for how you document it so that clinicians who are using a staging module documentation tool in Boston are doing it in a similar way as folks in California. It has to be timely. So we've, for example, experimented with asking our tumor registrars to enter clinical stage information in our EHR, which is one interesting way to try to get that data populated into the EHR. But it's not as timely as, because they have to extract the charts and go through it, and they do a great job. But when you're trying to do decision support off of that data and you need to suggest whether it's a HER2-positive cancer at the point of entry, the timeliness is just challenging. And you have the data synthesis issue. So I wanted to continue this. I don't have pictures of Epic. They are somewhat protective of their IP. So I thought I'd show you pictures of an outdated EHR that nobody cares about anymore because it's what we built and don't use anymore. But this is just an example of a test patient when we built staging prior to our transition. And we included clinical stage and pathologic stage and other tumor characteristics to try to pull in those data elements, to try to supplement all of the information that we thought was important. And then we tried to use that information. What you can see down here, this is a tool that suggests treatments for that particular cancer. So we linked the whole concept of staging in the workflow with the treatment recommendation to try to demonstrate to the provider that entering that information did offer some value. We worked with, on our transition to Epic, we worked with Epic to do some enhancements to the Epic staging system. And that took a lot of time, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that because we've talked a lot about APIs and how AJCC can send information, particularly complete information to EHR systems. I think that's going to be really important. We, prior to transitioning to Epic, noted some of the limitations of staging. So we spent a lot of time working with Epic and with our own IS systems to try to enhance the build in the application and enabled AJCC, but also WHO and FIGO staging. And this was an older version of Epic that just didn't have all the information we wanted. We added several hundred biomarkers that weren't part of existing staging systems. The ALK mutation is a good example of that. We changed some of the options around documentation really to support decision support. There was the ability in the system to double document some features like ER status or HER2 status. And at the pathology level, that makes sense, but at the clinician-patient level, you really need one piece of information, so we tried to streamline that. We removed some content that we thought was irrelevant to stage documentation. So when we came to the system, you could document in Epic whether the stage was noted at autopsy or not. And we thought that it was highly unlikely that people were going to actually use the EHR to document autopsy findings. So that didn't make a whole lot of sense. We built the ability to document prognostic and predictive factors for heme malignancies. And again, I think the 8th edition is going to add a lot of that help. And we also did pediatric malignancies. We have a pretty significant pediatric malignancy program, so we have that. And then we did some stuff on recurrence and relapse status. So we have in production 112 different forms. And we built 468 unique data elements on top of the already existed in Epic. It was a lot of work. It took 1.2 FTEs over 5 months to do the work for a cancer system. We had a lot of subject matter experts working on it. 3 registrars reviewed the content, and about 43 medical oncologists reviewed the content. And maintenance is a lot of work too. And I put this up there mainly to kind of highlight the importance of the whole data structure interface directly with the EHR, because no other system is going to do the work that we did to try to build this content in. And having a core body like AJCC can work with vendors to really have the content exist in every location is going to be critical. In production from, that should be May 31st, not May 311th, 2015 until December 31st. It was a long month. Go live was a long month. It went live on the 31st. We have about 13,256 patients who have at least one cancer on the problem list, and of those, about 26% have staging. Staging in our organization is voluntary, so I was actually pretty happy with the 26% voluntary staging rate. We have supplemented that now with registrars entering information on 1,400 patients. So just a little talk about kind of next steps and where we can go from here. So these are more my, I guess, musings than more than anything else. So I hope you'll bear with me, and hopefully this can prompt some questions and thoughts and conversation for the next hour. Stage documentation, I think it's really important that it's a kind of one-stop, all-inclusive module. And again, I'll say it again, I think the enhancements to the 8th edition that are bringing in these biomarkers, anatomic and non-anatomic features is going to be really critical. We've really struggled with this concept of primary diagnosis and recurrence and how you deal with recurrence. But I think bringing those two things together is going to be important in the long run. I think we still have more work to do. Solid organ malignancies, again, having all of that encompassed is great. And another thing that I think is coming is this concept of updated content. The effort is huge, and the analogy that I'll go to is the analogy that I've recently seen with operating systems. If you're familiar with how Apple operating systems work and Microsoft operating systems, historically Microsoft would do these big updates every 2 or 3 years, and every other update was good, and every other update wasn't really so good. There's huge changes there. Apple had taken more of a periodic update approach, and I think in the long run, from a staging perspective, we'll probably have to shift to a more frequent, smaller scale updates rather than big changes every 6, 7, 8 years, because that's the clinical demand. That's where the changes are coming in terms of the evidence, and for the systems to be really clinically meaningful, we want them to be up to date. The documentation, and when I talk about vendors here, I'm really talking about EHR vendors. The documentation needs to be easy. So having a way to deal with the user interface and to fit documentation into the workflow is really important. And those are two separate but really related constructs that you want the UI to be clean and easy, but you want to find a way to fit that into the workflow. And then it has to provide immediate value. And just to highlight your comments again, this is just critical. Docs aren't going to do it if it doesn't help them in the immediate sense. And I think this could be supporting their own documentation, their billing, their decision support, application-based reporting, clinical trial searching. On the provider side, I think we have some work to do. We need to get providers to acknowledge the shortcomings of not documenting stage in the EHR, and to recognize that there are limitations from what cancer registrars can do in terms of capturing stage data for clinical purposes. I think it's critical that they're always going to be really the mainstay for our population health management efforts. But when we talk about decision support within the application and in that sort of synthesis of data, I've talked to clinicians and they say, well, the tumor registrars can do it, and they do a great job, but I think they can't do all of the work unless they want to. And then we have to get them to experience the value of entering stage into the EHR, to believe that it's part of routine care for all patients. The example here that I cite, I don't know if there's radiation oncologists in the room, but one of the examples that we've struggled with is this whole concept of care planning and treatment care summaries, trying to get our medical oncologists to do treatment plans and summaries. But our radiation oncologists do it all the time. They finish the treatment, and they have a treatment summary, and they do it because it's how they were trained to do it, and they assume that it's their responsibility. And building that culture is going to be, I think, important. And then to accept that it's a responsibility of everybody, that we need the pathologists, we need the radiation oncologists, we need the surgeons, we need the medical oncologists to all contribute. And then a few comments about staging content, that it's up to date. We have a structured data model, which is here and is coming. Rules for determining stage, we talked a lot about that yesterday, and I think there's some really interesting directions that will follow from this meeting from the informatics subcommittee about the rules engine concept. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I consider to be a build and implementation guide. Some talk about the evidence base for recurrence and relapse disease. So up-to-date content, we talked about the anatomic and non-anatomic factors and updating it regularly. Won't belabor that. The structured data model, this really came up yesterday, and I think it's really critical that that structured data model is out there and it's going to be made available to EHR vendors. We need the data elements that comprise the important factors for sure, but we also need the rules for deriving stage using these factors. That's really critical. And we talked yesterday about a web service, if you will, where you can go onto the web and you can enter the information and that provides that data to you. I think that's great. But I think for large vendors, the Cerners and the Epics and the people who are doing this all the time, we're going to need more than just a web service. The timeliness of that interface probably isn't going to work. And being able to export a version of that rules engine so that vendors can use that product is going to be critical. It will improve response times. And the example that I would highlight here is the, I don't know if people familiar with First Data Bank and DDI checking. There's at least 1 or 2 people who are. But when most EHRs allow you to order medication, the information that they get about those medicines, what the pill strength is or what the concentration is, they're not putting together. They're buying it from a company like First Data Bank. And that information isn't just that information. It comes with decision support rules. It comes with rules that say this drug interacts with that drug. And those decision support rules are really run not just by First Data Bank, but by other applications. So we're bringing in the content and we're bringing in the rules engine. And I think that model is going to be important. I think we'll need both a web-based decision rule and some exportable version of that. And then I think it's going to be important that we coordinate staging with existing data standards, such as ICD-10 and SNOMED, and I'll explain a little bit about that later. I have this concept of what I consider to be a build and implementation guide for EHRs. I think the manual and the web service and the API are great, but they're probably not going to be enough. We want EHRs to display and play, if you will, staging data in a very consistent format. I think an implementation guide that really is tailored to the demands of EHRs is going to be important. So there's a lot of variables in staging. There's no way I'm going to get a clinician to complete 45 variables for each cancer or 25 variables for each cancer. I think it would be helpful that we prioritize those and say which ones do we need to get for all patients. Which variables are not required in the EHR? I would argue that the autopsy descriptor is an important descriptor for tumor registrars, but not an important descriptor for EHRs. How do we use the X descriptor, for example? How do clinicians use it? Is that the same as how registrars use it? Are there consistent rules that we can convince everybody to use or not? And I find it's hard to convince and to train clinicians to use rules in the same way that you might tumor registrars and get them to do things consistently. Do we need separate biomarker documentation for clinical staging and pathologic staging? And when we do stage calculations, how do we deal with subcategories? So these are examples of what I consider to be shortcomings to staging calculation tools in vendor products, not specifically Epics, but in general, where, if you look at the 7th edition staging form, in breast cancer it says T1, N0, M0, and then it gives you the stage. But the table didn't say, well, T1A, M0, M0 is this, and T1B is this, and T1C is this. I assume that I know that T1A falls up to T1, and T1B falls up to T2, or T1 as well. But I've seen EHR systems that said, well, T1A wasn't on that table. So when you go into the EHR system and you enter T1B, it doesn't give you a calculated stage because it wasn't on the table. And that's a simple thing. I mean, we all, I think, intuitively understand that T1A and T1 should derive a calculated stage, but because it wasn't on the table in the manual, it wasn't built that way in the EHR. The same was true for autopsy. Because autopsy was in the manual and it had to be built according to what was exactly there, it was put in the EHR, and we don't really need that kind of stuff in the EHR. And I think it would be really helpful to think about not just, how we use this manual from the perspective of a registrar, but from a perspective of an EHR, and really give very specific guidance to the vendors who are trying to do this build. I think this concept of relating to other standard data elements is really important as well. Many EHR systems know when stage data should be entered based on a problem list entry to a problem list. These problem list entries are usually entered based on standard diagnoses like ICD-9 or SNOMED, but which ICD-10 or SNOMED codes should be linked to which staging systems? This is a simple question, but only a simple question for some cancers. So for breast cancer, the ICD-10 of C50 makes sense. But if you're talking about a sarcoma and you put in, malignant neoplasm of connective tissue and connective and soft tissue, that could lead to sarcoma. But if you put in an ICD-9 for a breast cancer because it's a sarcoma of the breast, what staging form do you get? I think that's an example of something that should be much more standardized. That the logic that sits there, the ICDs, for example, that suggest breast cancer staging or sarcoma staging, that content and the way that we link in staging into those data elements will help with EHR implementation. We have, people are probably familiar with the Ford's manual, hopefully, yes, no, yes, one or two. I think it's a great tool, and it really instructs how registries collect information. And I'm, I guess, proposing the same sort of effort, maybe not in as much detail, but the same concept to help us figure out how we're going to do it in the EHR. And then lastly, a few comments about recurrence and relapse disease in the evidence base here. I think this is a critical part of tracking outcomes. I think most of the data that we have about the prognostic factors for cancer come from patients with newly diagnosed disease. And that we know comparatively little about the prognostic factors that are relevant after diagnosis and initial therapy is complete. I would argue that, if you think about this, a factor could have a different prognostic implication in the diagnosis phase versus in the post-diagnosis phase. And we know about the diagnosis, but not the post-diagnosis phase. So which of the many factors that are important at the time of diagnosis are also important after that period of time? And we talk about, recurrence documentation, but what really matters? And I would argue that we don't have enough research in this space, and we have to be clear about which of the factors that we have at diagnosis also need to be documented after diagnosis. So for example, in breast cancer, I would want to know the HER2 status of a recurrence because that could change from the diagnosis. That could be important to me. But is the T status important for somebody who has distant recurrence? At the point of distant recurrence, was it relevant? Or is grade relevant? Which information that we document at the diagnosis do we need at recurrence? So can you guys see this? So we've done some work in this space. We're trying to understand how existing known prognostic factors influence predictions of survival from the point of recurrence. Okay. So these are examples in breast, colorectal, and lung cancer. I'm not going to go through all of the kind of history here, but I just wanted to throw this up as an example. So this is an example in breast cancer, and these are survival curves. These are overall survival curves for patients who have recurrent metastatic disease. So everybody in this cohort is recurrent metastatic disease. And what I'm showing in the top left here is that from the point of recurrent metastatic disease, a breast cancer patient's initial stage from before they had recurrent metastatic disease is determinant of survival. Did we know that? I mean, does that make sense? Why would it have mattered if you have metastatic disease that you had stage 1 disease 3 years ago versus stage 3 disease 3 years ago? That is also true in colorectal cancer, although less so, but doesn't really matter too much in lung cancer. Initial stage prior to recurrent metastatic disease doesn't seem to be a strong prognostic factor for lung cancer patients from the point of metastatic recurrence. So the bottom part looks at the impact of whether you have local or regional or distant metastatic disease at the point of recurrence. So the top part is a factor from initial diagnosis. The bottom part is looking at the impact of a factor at the point of recurrence on outcomes. And suggests that if you have local versus distant metastatic disease in a breast cancer population, having local disease is associated with better outcomes than distant disease. That seems to make sense. It also matters in colorectal cancer, but it doesn't matter who in lung cancer. Whether you have locally recurrent lung cancer or distant recurrent metastatic lung cancer, having recurrent lung cancer is not a good thing. And I just throw this up here to say that building some evidence base about what factors are important in recurrence is really important. This is just a summary slide of some of the points that I hope to highlight through my talk today. I think it's critical for clinical care and for future discovery to improve our documentation of stage in the EHR. I think having a data model that includes all relevant factors and relates to common data standards and fosters EHR documentation is critical. Building and maintaining comprehensive staging content in the EHR is really important. Optimizing the user interface and making documentation easy and efficient is critical. And building the provider sense of ownership and responsibility for documentation is not going to happen without that. And last, demonstrating the value of entering stage data into the EHR is really, I think, what's going to drive this home. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mike. Those were great talks from all three of you. So everyone, please take your cards with your questions, bring them up as you go toward the break. We had a long morning till the break. We couldn't figure out how to separate the morning without splitting the speakers. That's why we had it this long. Please bring your cards up, put them in front of Judy. Let's still take, we're going to frame shift where we are. Let's take a 15-minute break, 10:35, be back right then to start. We'll have a little less time for the questions, but I want to keep us on time for Dr. Hoyt's presentation. I'll bring your cards up to the front. Thank you all to all of our speakers. It was great. He was just suggesting that we have them up here. Yeah, I think we have an amendment. I'm going to stay standing here. Yeah. Yeah. They got, we could do the one on this end to keep a lavalier, maybe. The other one. Grab a couple. You don't press it. Yeah. Green light. Right in the middle.
Oh, I don't have to do much. Don't break.
I like it. You know Jeff Fisherwall of the Greens? Okay. And you two met earlier? Okay. Yeah, and where is that? Anybody see Mike Hanson? Hey, Mike? Hey, Mike? I've used those mics before. That kind of, you just press the button. Okay, If everybody can take a seat, let's go ahead and get started for this session. Thank you for your questions. Most of them are legible. Some of them are a little bit borderline, but several people actually answered the call. So we've got two other panel members up here besides our three speakers, and these are leaders within AJCC who have also dealt with these same issues and helped select the speakers. So hopefully they have a special interest in this. And that's Jeff Gershenwald on the far end. Jeff is chair of our informatics committee. He's a surgical oncologist from MD Anderson and been part of the executive committee. And Steve Edge, who you already heard has been our past chair of AJCC, chair of Commission on Cancer, involved with he was a liaison for the breast chapter and was editor-in-chief of the 7th edition. So we were delighted that we have our panelists up here. And the talks were great. I think there were multiple questions that came up. I'm going to use some of the prepared ones, but I actually would encourage people just to raise their hand, especially if comments come up, or if the speakers want to comment on another speaker's answer. I don't think I got any questions from you all about each other, but this is it's perfectly appropriate to say, "Yes, I have a question on that." So I'll just start things off to Dr. Green. I think when you put up the remote abstracting ability of the 200-person registry team, and you showed the accuracy, how that went up of that from the Flatiron systems with a 95% staging accuracy is what I thought I remembered seeing. So how many hospitals or centers is Flatiron in right now, and how can that type of externally extractable data be throughout the country if not everybody has Flatiron?
So, yeah, is my, you guys hear me okay? So that was actually the column in there with completion rate, the ability to extract staging data, which I think in that slide was 95 or 96%. So it wasn't
completion rate.
Yeah, it wasn't saying that it was accurate. Now, the way we do staging is to do it in, you know, it's hard to know what's the gold standard for accuracy in a situation like that, like what's your reference, but it's not simply looking for, you know, some documentation of TNM in a note. It's looking at that and also looking at information like the pathology report and looking at the radiology image and potentially looking at structured data. So it's someone putting all that information together. So that was the completion rate. So, and the second part of the question was how do people get access to that data? So right now, we are working specifically with a couple NCCN institutions who right now have access to the data from their institutions, with the goal being to have that in a common data set that they can access. The broader goal here is to have a collective database that is, you know, essentially open to multiple parties. We're not there yet. And the other thing I would say is we are not right now abstracting all of these data points on every patient with every tumor. So for example, the outcomes database that I showed you, which is an outcomes database for one of the NCCN institutions we're working with, that was specifically their data, and that was specifically lung cancer data. So for example, that institution, they couldn't do that across 8 different tumor types. But we do think, I mean, the level of success we've had in these, I'd call them beyond pilots, is I think really exciting, and we do have the infrastructure that we can start to pool that data in obviously a de-identified way that should allow people access to it.
Dr. Richardson, we have a question here from this is not me personally, from my days in the Army. I know that the military used to have a robust cancer registry. Does CDC interact with the Department of Defense or know how to mine this huge data set that might include unique data, for example, prostate, breast, et cetera, in a younger cohort of patients?
So one of the, so thanks for the question. One of the goals of the Moonshot has been for us to be more involved working with the DOD as well as the VA. And yes, we are trying to figure out how to work with them closer to get their data. We have had challenges in the past of VA reporting the cancer cases to us, which we've worked through some of those issues as well. So this is a federal entity, but yes, we are building relationships with them and trying to work a little closer.
Okay. Mike Hassett. So any legal considerations for having registrars enter clinical data, clinical stage directly into the EHR? Do we really want to go down this road?
So the example of the pilot that we've done, the way that it works, the registrars enter information in ether status or a non-binding preliminary status. And then it gets routed to a clinician. The clinician has to review and sign it. So that was an issue for us when we were planning the pilot that we've been doing. And to try to obviate that risk, we require that, and the way that it works is there's a function in Epic called the in-basket. So registry folks can enter information, then they route that information to a responsible clinician. The clinician reviews that information, changes it if they feel like they need to, and then signs off on it. Because of that very issue, we don't ask registrars to enter information directly into the record. We've also set the security profile settings in the background so they can't. So they can only enter the information in a preliminary status, but those functionalities are available within.
Dr. Kirschenwald.
So as a follow-up, since the registry workflow is usually lagging the clinical care that has been highlighted in a few of the talks, have you changed the workflow at the Dana-Farber in terms of how the registrars participate in the collection of the data, and has the workforce also changed in size to accommodate it?
So the workforce has changed in size, although I'd say trying to hire up and staff up is challenging. Just trying to find enough people has taken us some time. The process that they've gone through still involves a period of delay from the diagnosis until the point that they can enter the information. So they're not waiting 6 months, but they are waiting 3 months. So we tried to move up that time a little bit, but it's still there's still a lag in terms of the time from diagnosis to the entry itself.
Dr. Green.
Yeah, I just think it's really interesting because probably the most common question we get asked from users for EHR is, why can't you take that unstructured data processing and fill in our staging for us? And it's just something we haven't tackled yet, but with the same concept that if we ever did that, you'd have to have some sign-off process for the docs to validate.
Yeah. And the sign-off process works pretty well. It's pretty smooth. It's just you still have the time lag issue. So if you want to do analytic and reporting out of the EHR, it works fine. If you want to do decision support for the initial treatment line, it doesn't work so well.
Dr. Edge.
Yeah, I think this raises the concern of the issue that there's conflicting priorities. The clinician, for the purpose of quality care and decision support, we need the clinician to document the extent of disease at the time that they see a patient who's selected treatment. I mean, certainly if one uses any of the commercial pathways, one has to select the stage of disease and the intent of therapy, whether it's palliative or curative intent for adjuvant therapy at the point of therapy. And then on the other hand, we need accurate and the best information for the synopsis of all the information to define stage for long-term population information. I'd like to ask the question as to what is the how do we train our physicians in stage? We, for many years, through the Commission on Cancer and through the AJCs, have put an emphasis on training in cancer staging, yet we recognize that many are not well-versed in stage and may not enter accurate stage, and yet we have this, again, these conflicting issues here. We want to rely on physician stage, and you have to have the physician check off the registrar stage when, in fact, the physician is not as well trained as the registrar in generating that stage. So how do we train physicians to use stage both at the point of service for decision support and for the long-term issue of maintaining the best available data for a longitudinal study?
Go ahead, Mike.
I'll start. So the registry program that we have has been a pilot. I'm not convinced that it will kind of go beyond the pilot stage just because of all the issues that we're talking about. We still have to make that determination, but there was interest after our Epic Go Live to explore it at least in the pilot phase. As far as getting the clinicians to do it and to do it correctly, and I think doing it correctly is important because we want correctly is part of it, but doing it systematically I think is important. You want the way that stage is documented to be roughly similar across the institutions that are doing it. I think that starts with this whole concept of ownership and responsibility. I think if we don't build that concept that there's ownership and responsibility for stage amongst the clinicians, that it's going to be really hard to motivate them to train and to do it properly. So, I think it starts there. I think that will also be linked to the whole concept of what value does entering stage information provide the clinician within the EHR. And I took out, it's in my talk of this, is it a cart or a horse or a chicken or an egg kind of problem? The data are really helpful if we have it there, and they're really, really useful if we have it there, but it's hard to build the functionality that uses the data until we get the data. So do you push the data first or the functionality first? And I think that's part of the challenge. I do think that in terms of how we train folks to use it, there have to be better tools within the system to allow people to enter information, and that gets to the fitting it into the workflow. And so, for example, when I look at entering stage into the medical record that we use, the staging module opens up on one side of the screen, and then on the other side of the screen, the pathology report opens up. And in our pathology reports, there's synoptic reporting with a T and an M classification that the pathologists are entering. And I think that sort of synoptic information, I can see the 3 pathology reports, each with synoptic information, and then, it's already systematically documented by pathology in a synoptic way. I can use that information to then try to enter some summary conclusion about what I think is the right answer off of that synoptic information.
Because you're not going to have a stage group with that. You're going to have a T and an N, right. And usually you don't have a P in there in the pass report. So you still have to have that stage grouping.
So in follow-up, your organization is implementing the VIA pathways. Are pathways and to generate a treatment recommendation out of VIA pathways, and right now most of those pathways only collect information regarding systemic therapy, but certainly all the pathway groups and ASCO and others are advocating for pathways to be more comprehensive. Is that a tool to both spur the physician into providing stage, because to select the appropriate treatment, they have to give the stage an appropriate biomarker status? And is that also a mechanism to give values to the physician, because it then leads them to order sets and streamlines their care? Are pathways an answer to collecting accurate, we'll call it working stage, the stage that's available to the physician at the time of treatment decision?
So I'll start by saying I used to think that, we only needed to document stage once, and I really think that there are different reasons why we collect stage. We collect stage for population health management. We want to collect it in the clinical application, and it's okay to collect it in different, to have different people do it. It doesn't have to be only the registrar, only the clinician. I think there's going to be a role for multiple people using this data standard for documentation. I think pathways is one example of, we can get people to do it by convincing them that's important, by providing carrots or providing sticks. And I think pathways is an example of one of the carrots, as Dr. Green was mentioning, of a benefit that you get out of entering that information. And I think for some sites, if you enter information in a structured format and it gives you something for that, and in this case, it's giving you a suggestion, a treatment recommendation, that could be an incentive for entering the information. I think the challenge with pathways programs for many systems will be the interface challenge. How do you interface those third-party applications to your existing EHR in a way that, tries to convince the provider that they're not double entering information? So they've already entered a cancer diagnosis into the EHR, and now you're asking them to go to another application and enter similar information. And I think that's going to be kind of one of the challenges that we have to figure out, and how much do we integrate these carrots and build them within the EHRs or interface with third-party applications. But I do think it could be a good incentive.
Yeah, I just want to echo. I do think it does provide value. I think the big issue is double data entry, because now you're in a scenario where you're asking someone to enter data into your EHR and then go over to another web-based application and basically replicate that. We have worked with some pathway vendors to actually integrate the experience into the EHR, and that helps. But the problem is there's a lot of different EHRs and a lot of different pathway vendors, so I'm not sure that at the end of the day that's a solution that scales kind of broadly.
Yeah, I would totally agree. I mean, I think that when we talk about interfacing for these sorts of challenges, there are, I didn't count how many data elements there are in the 8th edition, but I'm going to guess there are a few thousand. And, there are also thousands of treatment recommendation possibilities. And trying to establish functioning real-time interfaces between pathways programs and EHRs, where you could have 5 pathways programs and 25 EHRs with thousands of data elements and suggested treatments is just going to be a really big burden. And I don't know that it's going to happen anytime soon.
I thought it was really interesting that
Why don't you tell us who you are, too?
I'm sorry, I'm Kathleen Silver, and I work for the National Cancer Database. I'm the manager of information and data standards, and so I have a real concern about the registrars doing the staging altogether because similarly, I heard that there's a requirement for the survivorship modules. They're getting data from their EHRs and they're filling them, but they require stage to be entered as well. And so the same exact scenario is that they had the registrars staging the cases, and then the physician would sign off, quote, sign off. And I guess in my mind, I fear that, there's going to be an electronic log of staged cases, and there's going to be one big select all checkbox, and then the physician's going to electronically sign like hundreds of cases at once. And I feel like this is something we might want to get in front of, especially AJCC, because as a nation, our COC accredited facilities will be moving towards concurrent abstracting. And I worry that once you have these interfaces that allow physicians to sign off on a registrar staged case, they probably won't go away. And so when you talk about concurrent abstracting, you might actually have the registrar assigning a clinical stage that a physician might be basing their treatment decisions on. And I think that puts the registrar in a very, very dicey situation. So I think it's something probably AJCC could definitely get the message out that this, well, I don't know, it's up to you guys whether this is the way you want to go, but I see it as a trend, and it's starting and it's gaining momentum. So.
We've been talking about the motivation to get clinicians to really do this. A little extension, Mike, on what you were talking about. Does the farmer have any financial incentives that are used for providers, either in a positive or negative way, interstate?
We don't have a specific. We have an incentive program. It does not include cancer staging at present.
And maybe Dr. Winchester, from a Commission on Cancer point of view, Steve, you know this as well. What are the sticks or carrots from the Commission on Cancer to motivate clinicians to stage?
It goes well beyond the Commission on Cancer. It's universal. And I was going to ask the same sort of question that Steve was asking. We've heard a lot from Michael about how technology can facilitate documentation of stage by the clinician. That's fine, but you have to motivate and incentivize the physician to actually document the case and stage it. I once asked a famous pancreatic surgeon about a Whipple he'd done about what the stage was of the patient. He said, I don't really care about the stage. I just know. He knew intuitively, he knew correctly, and he knew clinically that this was the way to go, but he did not document the stage. So the question is, how do we change behavior of physicians?
Dr. Labudi, you want to use the mic, press the button?
Yeah, so at our institution, staging, so the registrars do the abstraction and they actually send a form. Now it works through Epic, which was a little bit of a rough transition, but I think it's getting better, to the clinician to put in the clinical stage and essentially approve. And that's driven by our COC, Commission on Cancer designation as a certified site. When we got our Commission on Cancer certification, we went to the credentialing body at our hospital and said that just like signing off on an op note or signing off on any other document that's required, this should be a part of maintaining your credentials at the hospital. and it was agreed and approved. And so as a physician, you have to, if you're a cancer physician, sign off on your staging or you won't be recredentialed. It's part of your compliance, just like signing your op note, signing, any other report. And your chairman gets nasty grams just like they will if you don't sign an op report if you're behind, and it will have real consequences. And so I think it just has to be done, at a hospital and health system level. This has to be pushed forward, that the importance is there for credentialing.
And of course, the commission represents about 70% of these patients. So Lisa, how do you address this question in your context?
So as an oncologist, I just find it unbelievable that people don't stage the cancer patient. You can't treat it. You can't treat it without knowing the stage, especially as a medical oncologist. So I'm just still, as I said, flabbergasted. But I think one of the solution that was just mentioned might be one way to go as well. I mean, when people have to do things to keep their privileges active, I don't know if it motivates them, but it makes them do it, right? And you're absolutely correct. So staging, it's a dicey thing in the public health registries, right? I mean, what's accurate, what's not accurate. I mean, the registrars at the central registry do a really good job, but they only have the information that's sent to us from the hospital. So you're absolutely right, Dr. Winchester. Sort of how do we, and some of our issues, one of our quality improvement projects at the moment, I think Mary mentioned, is looking at quality improvement at the Central Cancer Registry, not at the hospital. So what types of things can we put in place to make sure the stage that we're receiving is accurate?
Dr. Rush?
So this is relatively straightforward if you have an early stage patient, because it usually falls to the surgeon, or in a very advanced disease patient where it usually falls to the medical oncologist. But what do you do, for instance, with a locally advanced, say, stage 3 lung cancer, where that patient inherently is seeing surgeon, medical oncologist, and radiation oncologist, and who do you send the information to, and how do you adjudicate any discordance amongst those 3 physicians in this electronic system that you're discussing?
Whole panel, that's to the whole panel.
So I'll take a stab at that, because I was going to formulate a sort of a similar question, and that is that one of the things I think that was highlighted in the informatics committee yesterday and by a few of the speakers, and even from some of the dialogue, is that it's the user interface that with the clinicians don't have a lot of time. I would argue, Lisa, that actually a lot of clinicians do stage the patient but don't document it. And so if you don't document it, it's as if you didn't do it. And so because it's invisible to everyone else. And so to the extent possible, if we could, combine maybe some sticks that Dr. Labudi had mentioned that actually become a carrot for the institution with actual other carrots. So making it a more pleasant experience for the clinical team to actually enter the data. Is that a way that we could begin to sort of modulate how and improve the accuracy and the sort of the buy-in of clinicians? And is there an opportunity now for the AJCC, as it has, for the first time structured its content, is there now an opportunity, and would this be potentially something to add to the product portfolio of the AJCC, the actual pathway, if you will, for how to best stage a patient across the 85 disease sites? Because what we do have expertise here within this organization is exactly the path to get the staging information. And if there was a way to communicate that effectively through, the workflow of the clinician as during their encounter, so it isn't clunky, and so that it's uniform, then it may be something where there'd be not only improved accuracy but also more uptake and then better compliance. I wanted to ask the
right. Let me go back to the specific question that Dr. Rush was talking about. Was from a practical point of view, when you have multiple providers involved with a patient's care, who gets tagged as a responsible party, and at what point in time does that go in, both from a clinical stage and a pathological stage?
So I can just say from our standpoint, especially speaking of the EHR, which is predominantly medical oncology EHR, that responsibility would end up with the medical oncologist. So as the med-onc, you would be responsible for looking at the pathology, looking at the results of the EVIS if it was done, looking at the results of the PET scan, and putting in the stage, in that framework. even though there's also a surgeon and a radiation oncologist involved. When we think about this from the standpoint of the unstructured data processing and pulling in information from outside, there are definitely discrepancies where the med onc note may say something and the rad onc note may say something else, and the surgeon may say something else, and it's an effort to try to find out what the truth is there, which is not always straightforward.
And who adjudicates that?
So we have a combination of the abstractors and then physician review internally that does those things. So that would be a scenario where either because of disagreement between multiple abstractors who've done it, or because it gets kicked over to review, that there's a physician team.
So the abstractor may tag that and send it right back to you and say, I need your help with it. Does that answer your question? Yep.
I still see an issue here that all these systems are getting the registrar to review it and has to be signed off. They give you a stage or a clinical stage after the fact. The treatment's already been completed. And the pancreatic surgeon failed in his obligation to his patient. They're not recording how he made his decision. And we all need to be recording at the time when we make a decision of the basis upon which we're making that recommendation to the patient. And that's never going to be, we're never going to have concurrent abstracting that's going to occur. They're not going to be sitting by our side in the office when we're talking to the patient. So at some point we need to be documenting clinical stage at the time.
But let's keep this at the ground level clinical implementation, and that's the multidisciplinary conference. Let's not forget about that. That's where everybody sits together, all these disciplines. You see the pathology, you see the imaging, you see an initial presentation, there's the initial treatment, then the patient comes back with a path staging, and you make your adjuvant therapy decision. Let's not forget that that's really important, aside from everything we're talking about.
Is this an extension off your previous question, or do you have a new one, Dr. Rich?
I just wanted to bring up one other issue for the AJCC to consider. Because many institutions, my own included, have moved or are moving towards synoptic operative notes, operative reports, not notes. And one way to deal with this is to have it built into a synoptic operative report. And I've actually done this for some of our thoracic notes. At the end, the T&M stage, based on what the surgeon knows at the end of the operation, not absolutely the last word, obviously. You don't have the final pathology report. And also the R0, R1, R2. And that would certainly go a long ways to supporting this process. And if every person doing a cancer operation has to do that as one of the last pieces of their synoptic op report, then it's going to become part of the culture. But building synoptic op reports is, for any of us who've done that, is not a straightforward process. I mean, it's kind of like creating a database, same kind of mentality. And so it's one of the areas where expert panels might actually be able to come together and create templates that could be used as samples across the country.
Oh, just a practical issue on that, as you know, is the key issues are the findings. No one cares if you use medicine bomb scissors, which is all throughout notes. No one cares about that. Part of that build up, and it may be an effort through the college to really talk about how to create structured op notes that have what really needs to be in there for cancer patients in particular. So Dr. Woltering, Dr. Brierly, Donna, and Dr. Krause.
I want to say that I think it's really important to have multidisciplinary tumor boards. The registrars are to be part of that, and the final statement the registrar ought to ask every case is, okay, somebody give me the path staging, somebody the clinical staging, and they're in the front of the whole group. They can argue it out, and you have the definitive word at that moment, and it is part of the record of the tumor board.
So along those lines, just a practical issue, how many have their registrars in their multidisciplinary conference attend them? How many do not? It's almost 50-50 where the registrars are not in the room. Second part is, no, I'm just saying that there's some practical issues here. The other is, are there institutions where that tumor board or that multidisciplinary clinic is not recorded and put into a identifiable mechanism in the medical record? Anybody have institutions that there's a great conference, you got a plan, you got talking about stage, but it's not recorded? Okay, several hands are going up in prominent institutions. So those are some practical issues that I think the multidisciplinary approach is key, but how we actually bring the registrar in and document it needs some work. I think Dr. Brierly's next, and then Donna, and then Dr. Krause. Okay.
So just two comments. One is that in our institution as a radiation oncologist, we're required to put in the stage as part of the prescription. And I mean, I don't see why you can't do that for medical oncology as well.
We all know you guys are the best. We already heard that earlier.
Yeah, and Rob's looking at me, so nodding away, so he agrees. We are the best. And the other thing is going back is I think, the discussion earlier about the chicken and egg is important. I think physicians are more likely to record stage if they know how the data can be used. And we still want to do demonstrations of the use of stage data. But I think the feedback of how that can tell us how our patients are doing and conforming to treatment guidelines and things like that is very useful. And I think that encourages us to fill in the staging data as well.
Great. Donna.
And
Top registrar in the world.
When Dr. Roosh was talking about her synoptic op report, that's great, but the very first line of that synoptic op report should be the clinical stage that was used to choose that surgical treatment. I know at one hospital when the Commission on Cancer used to require the clinical staging information, the hospital actually, one of the hospitals I looked at actually signed off on if the clinical staging form or clinical stage information was not in the medical record, surgery was canceled.
It would be nice in the indication section of an op note to say, this is a procedure for this diagnosis with curative intent, palliative intent, or diagnostic intent, and the clinical stage is this, right in the indication. Maybe forget the rest of what we put in.
First line in every one of my op notes.
So I just want to comment on that because I think that's really important. And we're now working in an environment now. I have to bill for a visit, and I treat breast cancer. And every time I bill for breast cancer now, I'm asked the left breast cancer or a right breast cancer. And from a clinical perspective, and I only treat right breast cancers, so it's really easy. But it doesn't have any bearing on. It has almost no bearing on the clinical treatment. But the fact that, for me, as a medical oncologist, right?
During your
yes.
During your physical exam, it may have.
But my point is that, my point is simply that to get paid for what I'm doing, I have to document whether it's a right or left breast cancer, not whether it's a stage 1 or a stage 4 breast cancer. And to me, it feels like we've kind of flipped to the world upside down a bit, and that the things that are really important are the things that we're not documenting on a regular basis, and things that aren't as important for my day-to-day clinical management are things that I'm forced to document on a regular basis. I think this real-time notion is really important, and I think that's why, as I said, we've piloted it, but I don't see as a long-term solution other people entering information as a solution, because it's never going to be addressing that timely, real, immediate point-of-care documentation that I think we need to move towards.
Dr. Green, Dr. Gershwell, Dr. Krause, haven't forgotten about you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mike a question, but just to highlight what you just said about the sidedness of breast cancer, the other great example you made that I really want to highlight it was the autopsy comment you made. And I think a big part of this is we're faced with so much extraneous information as physicians that the stuff you should get entered gets lost by things that you don't need to enter. And that's why I think the idea of some kind of user manual of how do you implement AJCC staging, for example, for a medical oncologist, what's relevant, what's not, what should be there is really important. But one question I wanted to ask, which I think is something that gets overlooked, at least in my experience it does. So when we look at staging completedness, we will very frequently see patients who their staging is up to date and they had stage 2 breast cancer, but it was in 2012, and they're now being treated for metastatic disease, and there's nowhere in any structured field that you can find that. And I'm just curious how you guys deal with that.
So that gets to the whole recurrent relapse issue, and I don't think that anybody has a good way of dealing with that. We use a piece of functionality within the EMR called Oncology History Document Recurrence Status, there's actually 3 or 4 different ways to do it. And I think one of the challenges with some complicated systems is that there are 4 ways to do the same thing. And trying to steer everybody into one pathway so that you're getting consistent information is going to be important. We don't do it in a consistent enough manner. And I do think having a more robust and conceptually built out framework for when you document recurrent relapse status and what information you have to document at that period of time is really important. I think it's great that we have a really built out model around the diagnosis period of time. From my perspective, I'm treating folks who have metastatic disease now for 15 years. And so that to me speaks to this notion that we still definitely need to know stage, but 14 years after they had metastatic disease, there's other pieces of information that we're going to have to start collecting.
Yeah, comments on that?
Yeah, so just trying to synthesize a few of these comments. So back to a couple of Dr. Baruch's comments about the locally advanced, the patient with locally advanced cancer who has a multidisciplinary evaluation team and how to stage, and then the concept of elements that are critical for staging that aren't part of a pathology report per se, but could become part of a synoptic op report, and the challenges of recurrence relapse, where a lot of these features at an individual level are now included in sort of the expanded Chapter 1, the rules of staging. But it seems like the writing's on the wall that there's an opportunity here for developing either white paper or best practices and user manuals for the clinical team. Nothing that is truly academic or innovative, other than the fact that maybe it's very innovative to have a user manual to actually help clinicians guide them through how to stage. It shouldn't have to be a challenge. So if all the elements are there, and if Dr. Baruch dictates the 3 key elements in a particular lung or esophageal operation that are the elements that take an extra 2 or 3 minutes for the registrar to actually search through the record, either find or not find in the typical record, that's 2 or 3 minutes that a registrar could spend doing something else, and it sort of parlays into more accurate and efficient staging. And then maybe the deltas in the registry community can shrink from 6 or 4 months down to a routine of a month, and then start to begin to think about how to actually fully merge the registry community and the clinical community, which I think would be an aspirational goal of this group. But as a next step, can we maybe propose to task expert panels with going back to how their cancers are staged, come up with the 2 to 5 elements that surgeons can dictate into their op notes. That won't take a long time to implement, and it won't take any extra time to do. They probably do it already, and this way, if there's a structured way that we ask the global community to do that, can we start to chip away at this?
I've left Dr. Krause out for a long time.
So I'm fascinated by the repeated use of the terminology stick. And I think if we use any more sticks on physicians, we're all going to be guilty of assault. It started with Charlie Balch's review of burnout among physicians, continued in a recent Mayo Clinic report. By definition, 50% of the physicians in this room are probably suffering from significant component of burnout. And the concept that we're going to keep asking physicians to completely manage their own medical record, their op reports, their surgical billings, all things that I'm supposed to be responsible on a day-to-day basis, and then add staging onto it. I don't want to sound like the curmudgeon that I've become, but it's unrealistic. And until we change the model of practice, the staging is at the core of every single person in this room's. It is part of our DNA. But to think that we're going to have other physicians who may not be quite as invested as ourselves change their practice model based on more punitive measures, it's unrealistic.
Well, that's why I think Dr. Green's at Flatiron in his own practice, having at his space what he needs to put those elements in right then. The ease of entry is much better than the stick approach to that. Lisa?
So I being uninhibited by anything at all at the moment, I I think that we do have the solution, some software person, some thinker out there that can solve this problem. The electronic health record is a cornucopia of information. I think we like to think that we're extremely unique, but this is not rocket science. The AJCC 8th edition, I think all the elements are going to be there. I believe that we can build something that can pull this information out of the health record and take the burden off of the physician. It has to be checked, obviously, but I agree with the comment that was just made. We cannot require physicians to do one more thing. I mean, as a physician, and I still feel the pain, I think we just have to think of more creative solutions. Everything I've heard, we've talked about the limitations of what we have right now, not thinking about what can we do differently in the future to solve this problem. And I think there are solutions out there. You know, one of my favorite examples is Google, Amazon can make you buy anything, right? Why don't we use the skills that those people have to make people buy staging of cancer? Or, you know, it's sort of thinking a little bit differently about the problem, but, you know, I've just heard reasons why we can't do things. I haven't heard how we're going to do it and reasons we can do things.
That was Dr. Shrigley, Dr. Roosh, Dr. Labouty.
John Shrigley from the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer. I want to just put in a plug for structured data inputs by pathologists, radiologists, and surgeons. We've had a lot of experience in Canada in this area. 2004 to 2012, we implemented structured pathology reporting with level 6 synoptic reporting, involving 500 pathologists, 110 hospitals, 14 million people, and that's been ongoing as a sustained effort ever since. Through the Canadian Partnership Against Cancer, we're rolling this out to 5 other provinces. So by March of next year, 2/3 of Canadian pathologists, about 900 pathologists, will be signing out using discrete data field synoptic reporting based on the CAP ECC. So it can be done. As well, you know, there's been some great work done in surgical OR synoptic reporting in Canada. Wally Temple in Alberta has done a great work there. Jeff Porter through CPAC has done some great work. There's been work done in head and neck cancers, gynae, and breast. So, but my plug here is that, you know, with the pathology synoptic reporting, it's easy because we have a standard. We have the ICCR data sets that are evidence-based, the CAP checklist, the standards which are evidence-based. So it's easier for pathologists, but what we really need, I think, for surgeons for synoptic OR reporting is to have a group sit down and identify what are the elements that are required for the various cancers. And that was the big, I think that was the big barrier that we found in Canada when we talked to Jeff Porter or Wally Temple, that this is hard to do. You get a group of surgeons together and decide on what are the elements that need to be in there for certain types of cancer. So that's really my plug, that this can be done, and I think it can be done at a population level, it can be done at a health systems level, it can be done in individual institutions, and it makes it so much easier to actually look at the data, to develop quality indicators, to compare quality indicators across provinces, across hospitals, across individual physicians in terms of margin positivity. That can all be done with this sort of work.
I remember that Jim had identified Wally Temple to me about 6 years ago as already being ahead of the curve with this big point. Dr. Roosh and Dr. Labouty.
So that's precisely what I'm talking about in terms of synoptic operative reports. We've largely done that at MSKCC, but I'm sure there are a number of other institutions around the country. But I love it because I do that operative report in the OR as soon as I scrub out, and I can record everything that needs to be recorded. And it's largely, much of it's, a little bit of it's free text, but most of it is not. And by the time you leave the OR, the data are there. We have an auto fax thing, so it goes to the referring physician. It goes to the billing department, et cetera. So it's a big incentive. But just let me hypothesize for a moment that if the expert panels did that, and they did it in a way that would interface with Epic and some of the other larger, like EMR vendors, and you then put that out to COC-approved hospitals, you'd have a very fast uptake, and it's surgeon friendly. It's very easy to do. It's a transition, but you'd have all the findings and the staging incorporated in those notes, but it's taking the expert panels and having them do it disease site by disease site.
Dr. Labudi.
Yeah, so first I want to acknowledge, having seen the synoptic reports at a Canadian hospital, that they are way ahead of the curve, and it is a model. And to throw out a challenge to Dr. Green and Flatiron, that perhaps creating a module for operative synoptic reports that could capture that kind of information under the cancer sort of space and make it agnostic to the EHR, that is, systems that are using other products, could seamlessly use that, I think would not only be a great help, but a good business model. That said, I'm a practicing surgeon. You know, I see patients in my office every week. I operate every week. So I'm subject to the same draconian, you know, sticks or rules that I preach as the cancer center director. And I have very little sympathy to the pushback against things that are important for patient care. I acknowledge that there are systems we can put in place to make it easier, but we've been a privileged profession for a really long time, and there are many other professions that have had this kind of documentation part and parcel of what they've had to do for their entire existence. And the reality is it's more complicated to take care of patients now than it is just kind of being an individual practitioner sitting in your office and saying, take a little bit of this or call me tomorrow. And we have to acknowledge that we have a responsibility to maximize the best care by documenting properly. And yes, we can make systems to make it easy, but we have to hold people accountable when they don't do it, because it impacts patient care.
Dr. Green.
I've loved this discussion. In talking about the language of cancer, when do you learn a language the easiest? When you're young, not when you're a crusty old attending, right? So the culture has to change. We need to focus on medical students and fellows. So when we talk about operative notes, remember, most people are moving away even from allowing a resident or a fellow to dictate an operative note. See, this is a problem with our whole academic approach to teaching and education of many of our colleagues. So I would focus on the young person. We need a culture change here, and I think all of the people would agree.
We have 3 minutes left. Dr. Hoyt is in the room, and I'm not going to shortchange him at all. Final comments from the panelists of something that didn't come out that you think needed to, or topics for future panels that we might have. Anybody have a?
I'm just going to put a slightly more optimistic take on things.
Right.
That I do think, and this is especially true in the community oncology setting, that complexity is good, and I think it's going to drive staging and entering of information more, because as a community oncologist where you take care of everything and things become more and more complex, if you're not recording what the stage is and what the biomarker status of the cancer is, you don't have the reference that you need to know how to treat the patient appropriately. So I do think in the world of quality metrics, I think the world is actually moving in a direction where you're going to see better entry of these data points.
So I think over the last couple of years here in this session, there's been a lot of discussion about aspirational goals or particular use cases around the country that are exciting, that provide some of the wow factor. And everything that we've talked about this morning, I think that we all have the means to actually do it. So we can think about immediate next steps rather than just think about what panel discussion we'll have next year, because we really don't have any means to do it. So I would invite all of us to continue this dialogue actively and assertively, and see if we could, you know, a year come now, we'll have something to report on in this panel session, and then see how we could build even, you know, greater efforts together.
Fantastic. That's a nice closing comment, I think. Thank you all for your both your talks and your participation. Great input from the group here. I don't know if we left out some chat questions from the audience, but we got some great ones here. So you're welcome to stay up here. You can go back to your places if you're not comfortable here, or I'd rather be back home. And just a housekeeping item, right after Dr. Hoyt speaks will be the end of the meeting for many of you. Executive committee will meet after the lunch break. There is lunch right after this, so please either get your lunch before you go or sit down and eating. The networking that comes out of these meetings is very important, so please get cards and contacts for individuals who you want to stay in contact with. And make sure if you have expense forms that you get those to Judy James. to make sure that you get reimbursed for your time. And like any meeting, feedback to your stakeholders, what has gone on with the meeting. We have access to all the presentations that I'm aware of that are either on a webinar, or some of them, or on slides, and you can have access to any of those. So give Dr. Hoyt a second here. So while you're getting your logistics set up, I just want to make sure that Dr. Hoyt hears what I said earlier. Dr. David Hoyt, as I mentioned, is the Executive Director of the American College of Surgeons, oversees all of the efforts in surgery and quality of care and surgery throughout the United States and much of the world. And I had said earlier when I talked about our financial model of the history of the AJCC, how the interim 2 years or so were so vital for the college to step up and have our back. And what I don't think you heard yesterday is we had 3 of our expert panel chairs present the work that they did. Every one of them said the #1 thing that was essential for their group was the face-to-face meeting, and the college's backup of having that happen. That's the only reason that happened. So thank you very much for that.
Well, thanks for the invitation to talk to you. I thought I'd bring you up to date a little bit with what's going on with the college. And it was interesting to come in and hear your conversation about medical students, because when I was a first-year medical student 44 years ago, I got two things the first day. I got a copy of the New England Journal. France Engelfinger was the editor at the time and was testing the relevance of the New England Journal and described it to us as really a shopping mall, something in there for everybody. And so we all used it to hold our doors open for the first year until you could actually start to understand how to read it. But the other thing that I was given was a salmon-covered, softback, inch-thick, mimeographed thing. And what do you suppose that was? The 1972 version of the AJC staging manual. So, in fact, the first day of medical school, I said, oh my God, what have I gotten myself into? Sorry, I'm going to sit down here. I had a little event with a horse over the weekend. Broke my foot. So you can argue that professional organizations are sort of perhaps irrelevant. I don't think so. I think we remain to be the enabler of quality care. That's certainly true of what you all do. We're a trusted source of clinical solutions. We're a catalyst. We make it happen. We're the guardian of the evidence and convener, consensus builder, and wayfinder. Those are the things we do as a society. Those are the things that you all do as AJCC. And through that, we create a culture of trust. I mean, the American public, think of what they think about what you all do. It's really, it's a wonderful thing. We've got to remain laser focused, and we've had some challenges as we've transitioned, but I'll show you, I think we're on the other side of that now, and I'll show you specifically with AJCC how some of those things have been addressed, and in particular under the leadership of Dr. Bird and Dr. Winchester, but all of you have contributed, and you should be very proud. We've got to have a talented staff, and I think the college is very good at that. Over-communicating, developing new IP technology, and I'll show you what we're doing with that, both in cancer registries, but also specifically in the publication of the next version of the AJCC manual, and we've got to move at the speed of healthcare change. So these are all things we know, but that's really what we're all about as an organization. Now, the way the college does that is through a strategic planning process. This is not something that we do every 15 years and then put a report on a shelf. We have a very nimble process that occurs every year. We redo it every year. We started this about 5 years ago, and this is our current strategic model. It covers the 4 areas of member services, education, quality, and advocacy, and then the 2 other pillars that are important, both organizational strength and financial strength. So we pay attention to this strategically according to these 6 areas, not just the traditional 4. And for instance, In terms of financial and organizational strength, we've created a new accounting system. We've standardized our invoicing process. We've added new managers to our portfolio management. So very active decisions made to increase our financial strength. From the organizational standpoint, we have currently a tracking system that tracks 254 different projects. AJCC, for instance, has a couple of those. We have coupled that with a performance training improvement program that's organizational-wide and leadership training program that gets our leaders to be more effective in managing the resources of the people that work for them. And we've done that through a combination of personality profiling using DISC training, which is increasingly becoming popular amongst medical students in training programs, emotional intelligence training, something that we have not always done the best on as surgeons. And then a program which you may smile at, but is really very, very effective and is being used throughout the business world. It's called Go Positive. And we've trained 91% of our staff in this program. And what this is it basically makes the assumption that if you approach things positively, you work more effectively together, and as a result, you get work done more effectively. And companies that have adopted this, or organizations that have adopted this approach, are actually the leaders across this country. Now, we've also tried to enhance online engagement, and I'll show you some of the detail of that. This is, as you know, very much a work in progress when you start down this path. But that's where the future is. That's where a lot of young people are residing, and so we've got to keep up with that. And again, this is the focus of our training. It's been to use this Lucioni model of what makes an effective team and what are the behaviors that you induce to be effective, and then this program called Go Positive. Now, the Board of Regents also has a leadership focus and retreat focus that leads to strategic planning for the year. And under Val Baruch's leadership this year, we've focused on international planning, the future of education, and then two very specific things, gun violence and the Hartford Consensus, which I'll talk about briefly. But this is in addition to what we are doing generally, and then becomes an additional focus. I'm going to go through the three main areas of the college and just show you what's going on briefly to give you some update. In quality, this is really all the major programs such as NISQIP. The program was awarded the John Eisenberg Patient Safety and Quality Award this past year. We have created a coalition for quality in geriatric surgery, which is now funded by the Hartford Foundation. We have a similar grant that was just awarded by ARC to close to $10 million to improve readiness and post-operative care. A children's surgery initiative, it's a verification program like cancers or traumas. We've developed a surgeon-specific registry to help participate in payment and maintenance of certification, and all the regulatory things coming at surgeons. We've developed an accreditation response for bariatric surgery. And perhaps one of the biggest things we're doing is going to be completed at the end of this fall. And we've taken everything we've learned about quality. We've taken things that have been brought forward, like groups like you, and we're combining those into a program called, it's a document called the Quality Manual, but it will become ultimately a verification program to really allow a hospital to examine itself as to how they're participating in quality, in surgical quality in general. This just shows you, again, the Eisenberg Award that Cliff Coe received on behalf of the college for the work in quality registries in NISQIP. Now, we have currently 5 registries. We'll probably grow to 7 or 8. The number of registries in medicine, primarily cardiology and cardiac surgery in the college, was numbered about 8 6 years ago. It's now up to 140. So this is the largest growth area in medicine, really, in terms of our commitment to measurement and performance improvement. And so the college stepped back, and we had so many different vendors, et cetera, that we stepped back and said, what is the strategy going forward? And after a very detailed analytic process, we've come up with a partnership and proposal with the Quintiles organization to rebuild all of the registries over the next 2.5 years. And this is going to add not just the ability to get data in electronically from electronic medical records. It's going to allow us to compile financial data so we can start to judge value. It's going to allow you to track patient outcomes in the future. So think about that for cancer. Right now, you know what a registrar can find, but if in fact you could have a patient entering data 1, 2, 3 years after their care, and all that's going to be possible with this new registry. In the quality area, we've had some challenges. The perioperative surgical home was proposed by anesthesia, which looked like it was a bit of a end run in terms of our responsibility to our patients. So we have collaborated with them over the last 2 years and created this conjoined statement that recognizes multidisciplinary perioperative care, but does not relinquish our responsibility as surgeons. Similarly, Val Rush led a group about this concept of concurrent or overlapping surgery, which has been very useful in terms of helping hospitals and practices guide, and I'm really proud to say that we got 100% consensus within the House of Surgery, and that includes all specialties have now signed on to this. So this was really viewed by CMS and the Joint Commission and even the Senate Investigative Committee as a real triumph to have surgery come together and agree upon this. Volume performance, we have a work group that's looking at this. This is, as you all know, in cancer in particular, is a big issue. And again, how this is going to go, too early to tell. Trying to look at this face on and come up with some principles, at least, that should guide volume performance. And then finally, how do we make surgery safer? This has been a discussion that we've had with several organizations, and we joined this summer with the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons and created the National Surgical Patient Safety Summit, which occurred about 3 weeks ago. And we came together, we brought the payers, we brought all of surgical care together to talk about high reliability, what specific things should we recommend to increase surgical safety, and many of these things will be forthcoming over the next couple of years. And finally, LD Britt made a comment when he was president a couple of years ago that there's no quality without access, and we have worked very hard with the NIH, created a committee on healthcare disparities, had a conjoint conference with the NIH just a year ago, and now the RFAs literally came out 2 weeks ago to sponsor projects to increase the separation of healthcare disparity in terms of delivery of healthcare. And a lot of this is going to be focused on cancer. So if somebody's presenting with obstructive uropathy or obstructive symptoms in Hartford, Connecticut, because there's no access to appropriate urologic screening or primary care, how do we fix that problem as a society? And that's what this group is starting to work on. So again, for cancer, this is going to have profound implications. Now, the Hartford Consensus started based on the efforts of Len Jacobs in response to Sandy Hook, which you recall was about 3.5 years ago. And 22 children were killed. And as trauma surgeons, Len called me. I was a trauma surgeon by background, and he said, it doesn't make sense that all 22 kids died, which is true for a multi-casualty event. So the concern was access to those children slowed because of a hot zone? Were there differences in the way in which we could manage that kind of multi-casualty event in the future? So we started by repeating or reviewing all the autopsies, and it turns out that all the children had lethal injuries. But it started a conversation that then went all the way to the White House. And we now have created, as a result of several consensus conferences over the last 3 years, what's called the Hartford Consensus, but it's called the Stop the Bleed program. You'll see at the college meeting coming up, we're going to roll out a prototype. Our vision is to make this like CPR for every citizen, so that everybody in this room should know if a multi-casualty event occurred, how to stop bleeding with pressure and direct pressure. And this is going to become a national campaign. We have a lot of interest from others to help us fund this. And so stay tuned and watch it. But this has been a real great contribution by many, many surgeons, again, doing the right thing. Now, there's some pressures on us in quality, and we're all feeling them at an organizational level through our payment models. And the principle that we all heard to the point that we're getting tired of it, moving from volume to value. But how do we actually do that? What's the procedure? And rather than sit around and complain about it, we've really tried to offer up some solutions. And I'll show you where the college is going with this. But I think, again, it's for those of you that are practicing, this is going to be very, very important that we participate in this. And we're going to be put at risk. That's very clear. So we're going to have something that we agree is a foundation for us to be put at risk. So if we're going to be measured on something, it's got to be relevant. And we're going to have data. And we can't rely on bad data. We're going to have to create data systems. And again, cancer has led the charge on this throughout medicine, really, and particularly in the college. Now, specifically on the Commission on Cancer, between David and Dan, they continue to grow. They've been very effective in maintaining the number of accredited centers. The breast program has continued to grow. We have a new program in rectal cancer. We're talking about one in complex GI. And the National Cancer Data Bank has continued to grow with measurement outcomes such as the Rapid Quality Reporting System. And we have a lot of plans with this new registry design that I just talked about. The new kid on the block, and this is really one of the most innovative things that's been done in education, and again, it's come out of cancer, is to create evidence-based guidelines for the actual surgical care of specific cancers. And this is a new concept in surgery. And again, the cancer community has really led the charge in this. Now, how we deliver content is something that is a very daunting concept. And quite frankly, the AJCC has been instrumental in helping the college work through this and not just create a model for the AJCC, but to create ultimately a model for all of our products. But the process by which we think of the print cycle for the last 45 years of the AJCC manual has really been get the committees together, do the work, redraft the manuscripts, and then send it to the publisher. That's been the process. And we all know that that's not adequate, but the detail of how you go about transitioning to be able to deploy this much more electronically, to have education systems that can hang this content up, and then to deliver it through ebooks or web-based delivery, or the new thing is really to have some content be deployable through APIs so that consuming engines such as EMRs can take that in and actually then bring it up into workflow. Those are all laudable goals, but not easy to sort of work through. So you all are in the midst of completing this 8th edition, and it's been a 3-year project. It's increased in size, number of chapters, number of panels, number of individuals. I mean, tremendous growth. You have almost doubled the length of this, more illustrations, and somehow we've got to make this stuff now more easily integratable to electronic medical records. And although electronic medical records currently is the largest source of dissatisfaction for practicing physicians across all of medicine, it's not going away. And so what we've got to do is somehow figure out how to make this better. And so by solving problems like this, we're going to be contributing to that. And this is, I won't go through this. This is a very detailed outline of the work that Dr. Birds helped us lead along with our staff. But we literally broke this publication process down into 4 very specific areas with ultimately a print version, a web delivery version, an API version, and then things to be determined in the future. And costed this all out and have tried to come in with a budget that is going to certainly not break the bank, but is going to look at the end of the day as if there's a recoverable source of revenue to support this going forward. And I think we've actually been able to accomplish it. So thank all of you for your patience and all the people that have contributed to helping this. Other quality programs that are pretty remarkable. This is the bariatrics program. Just look at that graph at the top there. We sometimes wonder, what have these programs done? Well, those of you that are a little older here remember what bariatric surgery was like just 10, 15 years ago. And it was running a mortality somewhere, around 4%. The introduction of laparoscopy changed that. The introduction of a training program from the ABMS helped that. And then the introduction to the accreditation program. Now you can see where bariatric surgery is. It's between basically anti-reflux surgery and appendectomy in terms of mortality. That's a pretty remarkable story when you think about that. And that's because of the efforts that you all do with things like the AJCC and the verification programs in the COC. Trauma, chugging along, they developed a API-like deployment of an app, if you will, of ATLS electronically. And with that, it's now gone to 150,000 downloads and uses. It's now in 179 countries. And think about that. I think there's 195 countries in the world. So that means we've got college products in 180 countries, essentially. And again, I think as we think about the AJCC manual, that's an opportunity to start thinking about now. The trauma program has also gone through a revision of their standards, and their quality conference like NISQIP and TQIP is continuing to grow. This last year in 2016, they went over 1,200 in terms of attendance. I'm going to shift now to education because there's been a lot of change there. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for you all in cancer and specifically in the AJCC to think about. We are starting to divide and envision the way we look at education in terms of the stage when you're becoming a surgeon, maintaining your proficiency over a lifetime. How do you learn new skills and techniques? That's something we just took for granted. See one, do one, teach one, or you got a license for life. That's no good anymore. There's new stuff that comes, and we've really got to assure ourselves that we know how to do it, but the public needs to know that. And then how do we give back to the surgical community? So we've reorganized a lot of the way we look at education along these lines. These are our programs. We've never had a problem with developing programs. We've got a wonderful division. We've got wonderful input from our surgeons that volunteer and create these programs. But how do we organize these strategically a little bit better? So what we've done is come up with this concept, like we did with quality, to an education campaign. But we really have said that education is the cornerstone of excellence. So how do you get better? How do you become excellent? It's through education. That's your commitment professionally. How do you transform possibilities into reality? Somebody invented laparoscopic cholecystectomy. How did it get to the general public? That was through education. And then finally, how do we reconnect with that joy of learning so that when that experience, when you have that aha moment as a medical student or as an attending, that you finally learn something that you didn't know. We all know what that is. We all really celebrate that. How do we reconnect with that as opposed to this perception of maintenance to certification, what a bad thing, how dare they, et cetera. We've got to reconnect with this in a positive way. So with that in mind, we've got, again, a series of programs focused on the trainee, and we're building these up. We're hoping to create a longitudinal data system that will, when somebody signs up as a third-year student for surgery, that they'll have a way to then track their experience their entire lifetime. It goes on to the period of time that's more traditionally the domain of the college, the practice, and these are the programs we have in that area. Sharing expertise. How do you give back? How do you participate in things as you become a more senior surgeon? And then finally, how do you actually maintain excellence over a lifetime? And again, for the Clinical Congress, Val Roosh has led, as head of the Education Committee, has led 2 strategic planning retreats to try and refresh and increase our clinical congress. At a time when other societies, the participation is going down, ours is holding steady, and it's actually growing at the front end. So our participation in membership growth is actually going up. And so, it's something that we're trying to learn a little bit more about as to why. But young people are not ignoring professional organizations. We just have to make them more relevant. We are looking at how do we better treat and teach skills. In the simulation-based surgical education, the use of the consortium of accredited institutes is our infrastructure. But Barbara Bass is leading this effort along with Dr. Sachetiba, and we held a conference in January where we brought insurers, the hospital, public, et cetera, together to talk about this whole engagement that we have and responsibility we have to the public to assure them that we are participating in the learning and development of new skills as we go through our careers. And how you go about doing that, what the standards ought to be for that, is a whole new area that we're going to have to plow the turf in the next several years. And we've got an effort starting to do that. But it's going to be, again, not just based on overbearing regulation. It's going to be on how do you learn a procedure that you want to learn so that you have fun doing that and you can then offer it to your patients. And the way we did this with laparoscopic cholecystectomy, I think we would all agree could be improved upon. We've looked at surgical education in a very deep way, and we have several programs, and we had a real breakthrough this summer where we brought the board, the college, the program directors. We did this through all surgical specialties in one conference, and then we had where we did it just in general surgery. And you're going to see some very specific things starting to come out of that effort to, rather than talk about this as we have been for the last 15 years, to actually start to do something. The implications for continuing medical education, again, we're very involved in trying to do that and make this at least a burdensome process to individual surgeons going forward. And then finally, in the residency education realm, we went to the ACGME 3 years ago and said we need to, do away with some of these increasing restrictions and flexibility to the work hours. Not to do away with the 80 work hours. That's never been a discussion. It's to let's make it more flexible so we can recreate the values that surgeons are trained under to be more in line with how they're going to practice. And the ACGME came back and said, well, we really can't do that without data. I don't think they thought we would do a study. So we went off and did the study, and it was published this last year in the New England Journal. And that is now being evaluated by the ACGME, and I am told that they're going to have a decision before the end of the year. So stay tuned. But I think people are going to be encouraged. And again, it shows you when you take the effort to do something and study it, we can actually change policy. Number of services, again, a banner year. Our organization is growing. That bears well for groups like the AJCC. That means they're young surgeons that are going to be interested in the work that you're doing. So I encourage you to reach out. Let us know how we can help you in doing that. But the young surgeons want to contribute. They want to contribute in a different way, but they are no less committed than we are, even though they sometimes get a bad rap. Board of Governors and Advisory Councils, we're trying to re-engage them in a much more substantial way, and I won't go through all those details with you. And we're trying to revitalize chapters. So again, to the extent that the AJCC has a program or a way of deploying your content that you think might be useful through these mechanisms, I'd encourage you to bring it to us, and we'll be glad to help you figure out how to go about doing that. And again, recruitment and retention has been very successful by focusing on young surgeons. We've got very active groups both at the resident level and young fellows. Operation Give Back is in-member services. This is a program that has a new medical director. It's very exciting. We are starting a set of projects in conjunction with the COSEXUS, which is a organization in Eastern Africa that has 10 countries, surgical colleges organized, and we are working. We've sent a group to Africa to sit down with leadership, and particularly in Kenya and Nigeria, we've identified some real opportunities to engage with the government, but also the local surgical societies to start to create an infrastructure and create sustainability to really complement the efforts that were earmarked by the Lancet Commission under John Mira's leadership in terms of global health issues. We've had this military partnership that we started 2 years ago, which is really how to maintain readiness for the next conflict. Peggy Knudsen has helped lead that. We've now had a signed relationship with the Department of Defense for the last year and a half. And we have actually in the last 6 months completed the education piece, which really creates a curriculum. So if Dr. Winchester got called up tomorrow to serve, he could take an intake test. We could figure out what he needs help with and what he's good to go on, and then we could focus his training so he could be deployable in a month to go serve. And that kind of sustainability, how do we create infrastructure for people that are in the service that are not in combat to maintain skills? All those things have been from this collaboration. Finally, I'll just end on a couple of comments. In Washington, we have a wonderful staff there. We have recently seen the elimination of the STR. We stopped CMS from implementing a flawed plan to eliminate surgical global fees, but we know those were all temporary. And what we're really moving on now is the new macro law and ultimately the goal of alternative payment models. And what you're going to see in the next 2 years is us learning what this law is about, us participating in the regulatory oversight of that. The college sent an 88-page letter responding to the regulations. Those will be modified. Turns out yesterday, the acting director of CMS sent to the community of medical, to all physicians, a very important message, and that was that for the first year of 2017, they are not going to be overly bearing in terms of how you participate, and there will be no penalties in 2019. So we were not sure that was going to occur, so that's good news. But it doesn't relieve the fact that we need to participate in this. And the way we're doing that is to, again, build out the surgeon-specific registry. Our hope is that this, for somebody that does cancer, data from your cancer registry would be automatically dumped into this. Data from your electronic medical record, to the point that it can be, will be brought into this, and that this is your way to participate not only in maintenance certification, but potentially OPPE in your hospital, and the MIPS part of the macro law, which at some point will transition into an alternative payment model. At the same time, we are modeling in a project with Brandeis an alternative payment model. We have most of the House of Surgery involved. I just got off a phone call with anesthesia. They want to join us. And what this will do is to try and do a very detailed analysis, and we have the leaders in the country at Brandeis helping us to model what the cost of actually delivering care is, so that if we get into an alternative payment model in a bundle, we start with pricing this correctly at the top. And that's basically what this project is about. CMS is very interested in this and supporting us with it. And so a lot of work to be done, but I think we're strategically in the right direction. And then finally, I'll just end on communications. We've got a lot going on there. Our focus in particular this last year has been on developing these communities. I hope the AJCC will feel comfortable using those. If you'd like to, it gives you a forum. We currently have 109 communities. We have just in the last 6 months, 166,000 posts. So these people are using this as a way to do their work. They're using it as a way to follow. Our whole social media is growing as well. So any way we can create infrastructure to help you with your mission in the AJCC, we'd be glad to help you. So I'll just end with that, Dr. Bird, and I'll be glad to answer any questions if there are, but I just want to end by thanking you all for what you do. So, thank you.
Anyone have any questions? Dr. Hoyt. That was a great, thorough, quick overview. Thank you very much. So, thank you. So for those of you whose meeting are ended, again, turn in your financial forms if you have them to Judy, or mail them back in. Lunch right out here, as I mentioned. Thank everybody who's leaving now for their participation, and look forward to you next year.